Chapter 283. Why don't you try, Mar? The youth retorted. Tisk, he's already on his guard. You've got it all planned out, but he's pretty good. He's been to a lot of places. Joka said, even though he's not a local, he seems to know our rules. I'm surprised. A weak voice spoke up. Mar got the story from a drunkard. He's just copying the rules. It'd be weird if he didn't know. Mar's face reddened. Cut the crap. Isn't that guy very knowledgeable? Why don't you sell those weird things to him? Maybe he'll like them. Even though he said, sell, his tone sounded like he was mocking Mar. I can't be bothered to deal with a vulgar person like you. You don't know what's good for you. That's enough. I told you not to cause trouble, a fourth voice spoke up. It was a girl's voice. Brando froze. A woman really came in disguise? He couldn't help but curse at the riders outside before he continued to listen. We met that man at the trout in the forest yesterday. He was with a few women, and he didn't look like an adventurer. The girl's voice continued. I saw him ordering the most expensive wine at Old John's. He didn't look like he was short of money. He must be up to no good here. Brando frowned and cursed his bad luck. He decided to disguise himself and sneak into the mines after he heard the news, but he forgot that he had already exposed himself. However, with such a small mistake, he thought that it was impossible for someone to be caught so coincidentally. But he didn't expect Mother Marcia to play such a big joke on him. The scene yesterday afternoon was actually noticed by someone. While he was thinking about how to deal with this, the girl continued, should we report this? Brando's heart skipped a beat. But the weak voice spoke up, shoo, don't say anything. This has nothing to do with us. Just pretend that you don't know about this. This isn't a simple matter. He might have an accomplice. None of us want to lose our heads, right? After this voice, the others were silent for a while. All right. Mar replied, it's decided then. After this, we'll be leaving this place. Let's not cause any more trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. Brando turned around. He didn't think that someone in the group would say something so insightful. He couldn't help but be interested in the person who spoke. But when he turned around, the youths were long gone. Interesting. Brendel had a strange thought in his mind. Brando didn't walk for long on the 2-mile road to the mine. But when he entered the mine, he could feel that the surveillance around him had become stricter. Schaflun's silver mine was located in the middle of a mountain range. Because of the shallow mining, the surrounding mountain walls had been hollowed out, forming a concave valley. If one looked from the mouth of the valley, they would see large patches of gray and lead-black rocks. Brando didn't recognize the silver ore, but he could recognize the watchtowers that were built on top of the mountains. He couldn't help but frown when he looked at them. It was very troublesome to get in and out of this place. He wanted to lure the gold-ranked swordsman out to kill him, but it didn't seem feasible now. He had to change his plan at the last minute. He looked around. The ground in the concave valley was relatively flat, but he couldn't see the entrance to the mine from here. Instead, he could see that there was a semi-fortress outside the valley. That should be the barracks of the local garrison. Count Randner's secretary and adjutant should be there as well. Brendel turned around and looked at the piles of slag in the valley. There were mining carts everywhere, and workers were coming and going. Most of them were orderly, and only a few adventurers like him who came here for the first time were at a loss. But he wasn't nervous. He calmed down and followed behind the others. The soldiers wouldn't leave them alone, and he thought that someone would come and line them up soon. And it turned out that he was right. Brando soon saw a group of patrolling cavalrymen appearing from the side of the valley. They rode their mounts closer to the group of adventurers, but the cavalrymen who were wearing bright noble uniforms didn't seem to have the mood to waste time on them. Instead, they shouted at the group of adventurers, line up over there and get your number and tools. With that, the cavalryman immediately turned around and walked towards the group of adventurers. Brando looked at the direction the cavalryman pointed at. There, the manager of the mine was handing out tools and a wooden plate with a number written on it to the workers. Both of these items were not allowed to be lost or damaged in the mining area. If any of these were to happen, they would be severely punished. The Won of this era did not have any humanitarianism. Here, as long as there was a legitimate or not legitimate reason, it was not a big deal to be beaten to death. Even the secretary of the mine had the right to order a person to be hanged as long as he suspected that someone had stolen the count's ores. But Brando didn't care about that. He was only concerned about which camp he would be assigned to. The workers naturally lived in the valley for the next 6 days. Thus, no matter how stingy the mine officials were, they had no choice but to build a crude camp for the workers. Naturally, the main building of the camp was a thatched hut. It was filled with all sorts of unbearable smells for a modern person. If not for the fact that Brando's body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person after entering the Golden Realm, he was worried that he would faint from the stench when he entered the dimly lit hut. His worry quickly became a reality. He frowned as he stood in front of the crumbling hut. He compared the number in his hand with the location of the hut. But in the end, he was disappointed. It was here. Brando's nose twitched. He was still a few feet away from the hut, but he could already smell the nauseating stench. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Yuta, Scarlet, and Metasha were wise not to come. And of course, he had made the most foolish choice. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but look back. There were a total of 4 such camps in the valley. He had secretly noticed that most of the mercenaries were scattered. But he believed that this would not be a problem for the experienced warriors. Another piece of good news was that there were 3 people who were assigned to the same camp as him. He had already found some markings outside the huts. But no matter if it was good news or bad news, it could not solve the current problem. Brando frowned in distress. In the end, he hesitated and walked towards the dark hut. His expression was as if he was walking towards the execution ground. Of course, before entering the hut, he waved his hand and an invisible wind rolled up a few pebbles and formed a triangle at the door. After he had mastered the White Raven swordsmanship, he could now use it freely. Brando thought that this would be a very useful swordsmanship. If he had the time, he could go to Erwin's palace and learn the advanced parts of it. But this idea was a little unrealistic. After all, Erwin's secret swordsmanship was not something that could be easily leaked out. Princess Griffey must be proficient in this swordsmanship as well. But what conditions would she be willing to teach it to him was a problem. With this thought in mind, he entered the hut. Even though he tried his best to control himself, he could not help but cover his nose with his hand. The hut was quiet for a moment. Then he heard a voice that was almost inaudible. "Tisk, spoiled nobleman." This sentence was almost silent. If it was heard by a normal person, it would have been inaudible. But Brando heard it clearly. He raised his head and saw the people in the hut. Then he was stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. The people in the hut were none other than the youths he met before. He first saw the youth named Joka. He was smiling awkwardly as he sat on a straw mat opposite him. Then there was the youth named Mar beside him. He seemed to be the oldest among them and also the most muscular one. He was taller than Joka by a head and was almost the same height as Brando. Brando immediately knew that this youth was the one who spoke earlier. He saw the youth's hand under his clothes and guessed that there was a dagger or short sword under his clothes. Brando could not help but curse at the patrolling knights outside. "You have some guts, but you don't know what's good for you." That was his first impression of the youth. Then he looked to the other side. Sitting on the straw mat was a youth who seemed to be stunted. Because of his thin limbs, his head seemed to be bigger than a normal person's. But the youth's gaze surprised Brando. It was neither Joka's nor Mar's alertness. It was a look of observation. He was observing him. Brando's interest was piqued. He knew that he was different from a few months ago. He had experienced battles, killed people, and became the leader of thousands of people. He even had the strength of a gold-ranked warrior. Even though he was trying to hide his identity, Brando knew that some things could not be hidden. For example, his gaze and temperament. In fact, there were very few people who could look him in the eye, but this youth was able to calmly observe him. Brando also observed the youth carefully. He noticed that there was a gray backpack beside the youth's straw mat, but he did not know what was inside. Finally, he looked up and saw the girl who was dressed as a boy. She was also a little skinny and did not look very pretty. She was just a little delicate with a few freckles on her face. Even though the room was dark, it was as bright as day in his eyes, and he could see everything clearly. Other than these few people, there were actually 3 other youths in the room. They seemed to be in the same group. But that was not what Brando wanted to complain about. What he really wanted to complain about was 8 people in such a small room. Oh my God, Martha. Even the third-rate university I went to wasn't this stingy. What a bunch of bastards. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 284. After Brando arrived, the room became silent. However, Brando did not care. He walked into the shed and sat down on the only empty straw mat. Everyone's eyes followed his movements and focused on him, especially the boy named Mar. He was almost frowning as he stared at him without moving an inch. Brando could not help but shake his head. Was he that scary? He did not do anything on the surface, but as a gold ranker, he knew everyone's movements like the back of his hand. Their tense muscles and heavy heartbeats proved that they were very nervous. However, he did not try to dispel their nervousness. He thought that it was better this way. Although these guys would not reveal his secret for the time being, who would know? It would be good if he could monitor their every move. Because of his presence, the strange and tense atmosphere in the room lasted until the evening. To be exact, it was after dinner. Most of the workers arrived at the mine on Sunday night. The silver mine usually started work the next morning. Brando had a lot of time to familiarize himself with the situation here. However, he did not try the terrible dinner. He could not tell what was cooking in the pot. It was green and sticky, like a witch's potion. It even had a rancid smell. Just one look was enough to make him lose his appetite, let alone eat it. He was only glad that he had brought enough food with him under Jana's reminder. At the same time, he suspected that the female mercenary leader had done similar work before. Otherwise, how could she be so experienced? After walking around outside and confirming the location of the other camps, Brando returned to his shed. But this time, as soon as he entered the house, he saw the malnourished boy sitting in the room. He did not seem to have gone out with the others. Brando looked to the side and found that the girl was accompanying the young man. He was stunned. You don't eat? Brando thought that the young man was being ostracized by the others. After all, this kind of thing often happened in such groups. It was not rare. However, the young man shook his head. I don't eat dinner. The young man did not seem to be afraid of him. He answered calmly. Not eating dinner? Brando was stunned. Fasting? He immediately thought that this was a follower of the Silver Lily sect. In his impression, only those poor ascetics would have such a strange habit. The monks of the Silver Lily did not have dinner because they wanted to remember the days when Herod, the Flame King, was on the Great Plains. It was the most difficult period of the human race in the Dark Ages. They wandered the wilderness to escape the pursuit of the Myrnas. Countless people died of starvation on this road. The boy nodded at Brando's question. The Silver Lily sect was a small sect under the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It was very common in the Iraq region, but most of the followers of this sect did not practice fasting, unless they were apprentices who had been taught. So Brando looked at the young man and asked, Have you studied under a cultivator before? The youth nodded again. I studied with a cultivator for a period of time. Although I didn't enter the sect, I still received his teachings. Monsieur, he answered politely. You can read? Brando asked. The young man nodded. This was incredible. Freya only knew a few words when she was the captain of Butchie's militia. This was because she was lucky enough to meet Martin, who was the captain of Butchie's garrison. Martin was very famous in the game. In fact, he was different from the ordinary Erewhon soldiers because he was not only literate, but also very knowledgeable. From this point of view, Brando's grandfather was also the same. However, Brando knew that his ancestors were at least rich. His father was a miller, so it was normal for the family to have passed down education. The Roman was only literate because of his aunt. It was a joke that the descendants of witches could not read. As for the rest of the people, most of them were illiterate. In this world, there were not many people who could read. Brando sat down and asked with interest, "If that's the case, why are you still here?" Although the Church of the Silver Lily is poor, it is still an official sect recognized by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. "Monsieur, I don't know which sect I belong to. The cultivator who taught me has already passed away," the young man replied. Brando suddenly understood. So that was the case. The young man probably did not receive any formal teachings, so he could only be considered as an ordinary believer. His interest in this small episode only lasted for a moment. His mind quickly returned to the operation. After the previous investigation, Brando had a preliminary understanding of the general situation in the mine. However, this made him feel more and more troubled. As far as he knew, the swordsman, who was their biggest threat in this operation, rarely appeared in the mine. Most of the time, he would stay in the barracks. Of course, it was impossible for them to sneak into the barracks and kill him. It was easy to sneak in, but to kill him and not be discovered was a bit of a fantasy. Brando could not think of a comprehensive plan at the moment. Fortunately, he had made up his mind to stay here for a week. He could only wait and see if he could find an opportunity during this week. However, as he was thinking about this, he heard the young man coughing. He turned around and saw that the young man was coughing badly with the help of the young woman. The young man probably noticed his gaze and looked up apologetically. He smiled and replied, "It's an old illness, monsieur. If you feel uncomfortable, you can sit further away." Brando did not mind. His constitution was now close to 100. Although he was not immune to all diseases, at least traditional diseases could not affect him. He shook his head and took out a water bag from his backpack. "There is clean water in here." He knew that the water in the mine was not for humans to drink. Some of the water in the wooden bucket had already become smelly. "Thank you." The young woman with faint freckles took the water bag from the young man's hand. Then, she looked at Brando strangely. Brando was puzzled by her look. He did not think too much when he passed the water bag to her. It was just a bag of water. As a modern person who once lived in an era of abundance, Brando obviously did not care about this little thing. But he didn't realize that in a world like Vaunt, most people living at the bottom of society still believed in the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Here, not everyone was willing to lend a helping hand to the weak for free. In any case, Brando's unintentional action had won him a good impression of the young man. After drinking a mouthful of water, the young man's coughing became more relaxed. However, he did not have the strength to speak. After a moment of silence, the young woman spoke first. "Monsieur, I heard that you are very powerful." Brendel was taken aback for a moment, thinking that this question was rather strange, and he had never considered this question before. Was he considered to be powerful? He compared it to his experience in the past when he was level 130 and shook his head. Just barely is very powerful. I heard that the adventurers outside have a rank called Iron or something. I presume that Monsieur is one of them? The young woman asked. It's the Iron rank, the young man added. Brando looked at the two of them. He did not understand why they were interested in this. However, the division of professions was not a secret. In fact, many civilians knew about it. Barely enough, just a little bit more. Brando thought that it was already very eye-catching for someone as young as him to have the strength of an Iron rank. Most of the mercenaries under him were at least in their 30s or 40s when they entered the Iron rank. However, it was better for him to be as inconspicuous as possible. So, he answered casually, He saw the two of them look at each other. Then, the young woman asked again, "Monsieur, are all adventurers like you?" "I'm talking about black iron rank?" Brando looked at them. "Of course not. As you know, those who have the strength of an iron rank are considered very strong among adventurers." He was not lying. Who would become an adventurer if they were stronger? Unless they were the kind of people who liked to wander around, but those people were not the majority. But after answering, he added, "Why are you asking this?" "We want to go outside and take a look." This time, the young man spoke. "Go on an adventure?" The young man nodded. Brando thought that being an adventurer was not a good choice, but he did not dissuade him. In fact, to a certain extent, being a miner here was not much better. He was also a young man, so he naturally understood the young man's thoughts. But when he looked at the young man, he suddenly remembered that the young man knew more about the mine than he did. And the young man in front of him seemed to have let down some of his guard against him. Wasn't this a good opportunity to ask for information? So he thought for a moment and asked, "I heard that some of the tunnels in Schaflun's silver mine are connected to the underground world of Jorgendy Ridge. Is that right?" "Sir, I don't know what you mean by Jorgendy Ridge." The young man shook his head. "But there are some tunnels that lead to the underground world. Legend has it that no one has ever reached the end of the tunnel. Some people have even gone missing because of it." Brando thought that Tajiv's information was indeed correct. He suddenly had a vague idea in his mind. "That sounds interesting. Are there any legends related to it?" The young man exchanged glances with the girl beside him, but this small movement did not escape Brando's eyes. In fact, they already knew that Brando came here with ulterior motives, and now it seemed that he came for the strange legends in the mines. This was indeed fitting of an adventurer. "Of course." The young man nodded slowly. "Do you want to hear it, sir?" "Of course." Brando replied, "If you tell me the details, I can give you a reward." He probably sensed that the other party had misunderstood and was happy to keep the misunderstanding going. "P.S. I forgot the time when I was drawing today, so I uploaded a hand-drawn drawing of Freya to the public. If you like it, you can go and take a look. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 285. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Early morning on Mount Greyhar was lit by a faint line of light purple and blue in the sky. As the stars gradually faded into the white, the forest on the top of the mountain formed a unique silhouette under the faint light. But it was even earlier in the mining area. The sky was still dark, but the sound of wooden whistles could be heard. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast a deep shadow on the ground. Brando was called out of the camp like the others. Before dawn, the air in the forest was a little chilly. He looked at the thing in his hand, not knowing what to do. It was a pickaxe. Its rough wooden handle was nearly 4 feet long. Probably because it had been used by many owners, its surface had been polished smooth. There was not a single protruding burr, and the dark gray tip of the pickaxe was a little blunt. But that was not the point. What made him sigh was that he never thought that he would be a miner again. Most people who had experienced the prehistoric era of online games would often have a sense of familiarity with mining in the muddled memories of that era. Brando was no exception. He had also been a miner in the game for a long time. He had worked day and night in the dark mines, mining, selecting ores, and then selling the high-quality ores on the market. It was boring to think about now, but at that time, it was a source of endless fun and motivation. Because he watched the money he earned to equip his character step by step and become stronger, he was filled with a sense of spiritual satisfaction. Although this was just an achievement in the virtual world. Brando weighed the pickaxe and could not help but laugh at himself for a moment. But he looked up and carefully identified the figures in the crowd in the distance. He quickly found the presence of Yuta, Scarlet, and Medisha among a few familiar figures. They had obviously seen the marks he left in the forest at night and had now disguised themselves as miners and blended in with the workers. They wore headscarves, which was not uncommon among the mountain villagers, but their dirty clothes were bought by Brando from the teenagers. They had a lot of connections in the area, so it was very convenient for him. However, the biggest reward he got was the information he got from Cohen. It was the rumor that the Shaflun mine was connected to the underground world. When he heard Cohen's words, he had a vague idea in his mind, and after some time, he finally connected this idea to his plan. As for whether his plan would succeed or not, it would depend on the situation today. Even Brando did not expect the opportunity to come so quickly. While he was thinking about it, he felt someone elbow him from behind. He turned around and saw Joka. It turned out that Joka saw him in a daze and came over to remind him. Be careful. Once you get the tools, you'll be whipped if you're late, Joka whispered as he walked past him. The first thing he did was to check if his money pouch was still on him. When he turned around, he saw the frail youth nodding at him from afar. It was obvious that the youth had sent Joka over to remind him. After spending a short time with him yesterday, the teenagers were not as wary of him as before, but Cohen was willing to help him out of gratitude. Brando felt that Cohen did not want to owe him a favor or have anything to do with him. This was within his expectations, but he did not expect Cohen to have such a high status in the group. He thought for a moment and quickly caught up with Joka. Where should I go? Joka already knew that Brando was only here as a pretense, so he was not surprised by his question. Since you don't know, just follow us. I know where there are more mines. Thank you. This isn't a free service. Joka turned around and rubbed his fingers together. You have money, right? Of course. Brando smiled. After the two of them entered the mine, the light naturally became soft and dim. After the silver mines in Shaflund were cleared out, the humans drilled several deep wells into the ground to mine the lower layers of the silver mines. The mine was crisscrossed under the Graha rock formation, but only oil lamps at great distances from each other outlined the meandering with the division of light and shadow. But Brando and Joka were not the only ones who went deep into the mine. The workers entered from several main entrances and quickly dispersed. He looked around, and when he saw Jana, Medisa, and Scarlet quietly blending into the crowd, he felt a little more at ease. He then retracted his gaze and followed Joka without saying a word. The place Joka mentioned was far away from the surface, but it was not the deepest part of the mine. According to Cohen, the deepest part of the mine was connected to Georgandy Ridge. But Brando thought that it might be connected to the top layer of Georgandy Ridge, which was the so-called Big Hive. The paths there extended in all directions, and it was difficult to find the way out if one got lost. It was also one of the biggest barriers between Georgandy Ridge and the surface world. Not to mention that the Big Hive was also a place of danger. It was the habitat of many monsters, and it was not a peaceful place. But most of the mining areas were concentrated in the middle and upper levels. The two of them used a simple elevator to go deeper into the mine, and it took them about 10 minutes to reach the area where they were working. But as soon as they entered the underground, what happened next shocked Joka. The youth originally thought that Brendel would not be used to the low and oppressive environment in the mine, but in fact he was prepared to slow down his pace so that Brendel could keep up. The underground tunnel was not as spacious as the upper levels, and if he was not careful, he would hit his head and bleed. But the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Brendel was like a fish in water when he came here. The young man walked forward as if he was walking on flat ground, and he was even more skilled than Joka himself. There were even some techniques that Joka had never seen before. The young man was stunned. How was this a novice? In his opinion, an old miner who had worked in this industry for decades was nothing more than this. In the end, Joka didn't even know how he managed to keep up with them. The ground was extremely hot, and by the time he stopped, he was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Joka never thought that there would be a day when he would be out of breath while chasing someone down there. It had been a long time since he became an apprentice. Then, Brando lit up a light source. The air was quite thin down here, and it was impossible to use a flame. He took out a fluorescent crystal for lighting. To save costs, the mine used the worst type of crystal, and it was only worth a few copper coins in the market. The crystal's light was so dim that it could be described as terrible, even weaker than a weak candle flame, but the light gray halo still carved out the uneven shadows of the surrounding stone walls. But I have to admit that Joka and the others chose a good place. There's a layer of light purple on the rocks, but it's not the original color of the silver ore. Maybe there's some kind of magic in the rocks. This was not uncommon, as there were often all kinds of magic-associated ores in Vaughn's veins. With Brando's rich experience, there should be a rich vein of or behind the rocks. The quality of the ore should be good, and there might even be some valuable ores. As an old miner with more than 10 years of experience, Brando did not doubt his judgment. At this time, he heard a series of footsteps coming from behind. He turned around and saw Cohen and Mar. Cohen and Mar were shocked when they saw them. "Joka, you're so fast." Joka panted as he glanced at Brendel and nodded to his companions. "You chose a good place," Brando said as he looked at the youths and the walls. "Humph," Mar snorted, "you can see it? The light purple rocks mean that there is cold iron in the ore. It's a rare ore." Brando looked at the slanted patterns on the rocks and asked casually, "Have you found quartz here before?" "Quartz?" Mar was surprised. "What the hell is that?" "It's also called light blue crystal," Brando replied. "Isn't that a fake crystal? Why would there be something like that in a silver mine?" Mar shook his head in disdain. "If you're looking for that, then you've come to the wrong place." Brando shook his head. Diagonal quartz was not a type of quartz. It was a type of minuscule mana ore that could produce moonlight effect. A few hours seems to be enough, Brando thought. He nodded. "Thank you." At the same time, he thought that this was the benefit of buying people's loyalty. He picked up the pickaxe and knocked on the wall twice. Under the power of his gold-ranked strength, the rocks fell down like a landslide. But what really surprised Joka and Mar was that the youth's movements were extremely skillful. The pickaxe went straight into the veins without any deviation. A layer of low-quality silver ore slid down to Brando's feet. He fiddled with it. At first, he was a little interested, but after a while, he just sat there and listened to the clanking of the pickaxe. Mar and the others dug quickly. The light purple wall was soon peeled away, revealing a layer of gray rock behind. Brando gestured for them to stop. He then had Joka throw a small piece of the rock over to him. He picked it up and studied it for a while. "This is the diagonal quartz. Let's continue digging." "You mean we have it?" Cohen asked. Brando nodded. The youth's faces revealed faint expressions of excitement. They wanted to go to the outside world together, so naturally, they would need a large sum of money. And right now, it seemed like an opportunity to make a fortune. The speed of the pickaxes became faster, and the clanking sounds were incessant. Brendel watched as the youths threw away the unwanted rocks one by one, and some of them rolled to his feet. But when he looked at them, he found that the quality of the quartz was getting better and better. Brando paused. This wasn't normal. Quartz was a product of magic, and it was usually found in high-purity crystal ores. It was the opposite for metal ores. He looked up and saw that Mar, Joka, and the others had stopped digging. After the gray rock was completely broken down, a deep blue vein was revealed. It was frost steel. However, what made them stop was not the frost steel, but the glowing crystals within the frost steel. Magic eye gems. There were 17 of them, and each one was the size of a thumb. He had never heard of anyone being able to dig out 17 magic eye gems in one go. Even the lowest grade magic crystal, the purple-yellow crystal, which was used to make intelligence headwear, had not been dug out in one go, let alone the magic eye gems. He patted his cheeks as if he was dreaming. He immediately looked up and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Everyone shook their heads. Brando looked at the frost steel or vein that contained the magic eye gems. In fact, the vein itself was abnormally large. Brando looked at it and estimated that there were at least 1 or 2 tons of frost steel ore in it. This amount of frost steel was already quite terrifying. The cold iron was also a product of mana contamination, but Brendel could not figure out how this vein was so unique that it could allow so much mana to gather here and form such a huge vein. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After a short pause, he said, "These are magic eye gems. They're very useful to me." The youths fell silent. "Okay, we'll split it 50-50. Mar immediately said. In fact, it was quite unfair for them to split it 50-50. After all, Brando was only one person, and there were 7 of them. But these youths knew that Brando was strong, and they were worried that he would be tempted by the wealth. But Brando shook his head. "I'll take them all. You can sell me your half too." He patted his waist. "I can pay immediately." Magic eye gems were the most important material for making magic rings, but that wasn't all. At least, Brando knew that the White Lion armor needed them. Even the long-lost wind-weaving bow of the Golden Elves needed them. 17 thumb-sized magic eye gems were enough to make 100 sets of armor. Brando couldn't help but think that this was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. The youths were silent for a while before Cohen asked, "How much are you willing to pay?" "You don't know the market price of the magic eye gem, so you won't be able to sell it." "I won't hide it from you, I'm only prepared to pay half the price," Brendel said calmly, "but even if it's half the price, I think it's enough to satisfy you." "How much is that?" the girl beside Cohen asked. 10 square gold coins. Everyone in the mine gasped. Square gold coins were the most common currency in the south, and 10 square gold coins were worth 13,000 tor. It wasn't a small sum. "You're really willing to pay that much?" Joka stammered. "Of course, together with your payment." The youth smiled awkwardly. He knew that Brando was joking with him. He had brought Brando down here and asked for 15 tor at most. The weak-looking youth didn't say a word. He nodded and gestured for his companions to pry out the crystals and give them to Brando. Brando paid without hesitation. He saw the youths nodding and biting the bag of gold coins as if they didn't believe that it was gold. But it was true that 15,000 tor was an astronomical sum for these youths. They wouldn't be able to earn that much even if they worked here for 10 years. Even if they sold the silver ores secretly, it would still be the same. Brando carefully put away the magic eye gems. The youth named Cohen asked, "Mister, do you want this cold iron?" Brando looked at the long cold iron vein. Of course he wanted it, but not now. Sooner or later, this mine would be his. He shook his head. The youth sighed in pity. Without Brando, it would be much more difficult for them to get the ores out. However, this accident was only a small interlude in the boring mining process. About half an hour later, the supervisor finally arrived. He seemed to know the youths. Not only did he greet them, he even mistook Brando for a new member. Cohen, Mar, and Brando didn't deny it this time. After the supervisor left, Brando finally found a chance to go deeper into the ground. After bidding farewell to the youths, he followed the deep, dark underground tunnel to the lowest level of the mine. The crisscrossing tunnels had been abandoned many years ago. There wasn't a single trace of life in the cold underground. If a normal person were to walk in this place alone, they would definitely feel their hair stand on end. However, Brando was satisfied as he walked in the darkness. It was best if there was no one around. In the end, he stopped at a blocked passageway. After making sure that it was deep enough, he stretched out his hand and a sky-blue card of fate appeared in his palm. It was the wind spirit spider. P.S. You will die if you don't have anyone to support you. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 287. Who the hell is that guy? After Brando left, the youths began to whisper among themselves. Mar was the first to speak. He had been against them coming into contact with the mysterious guy since last night, but ever since Brando found the location of the cold iron mine and used a large sum of money to make a deal with him, he had to admit that dealing with Brando had its benefits. However, Joka, who was the first to deal with Brando, was a little worried. 13,000 tor was not a small sum, and he felt that it was too easy to get the money. He couldn't help but turn back to look at Cohen. This frail young man was the most knowledgeable among them, and not only that, Cohen also knew magic. Every time they were injured in the mining area or in a fight, Cohen would use magic to heal them. Although there was no magic that could heal wounds in an instant, it was at least more effective than herbs. Just like that, Cohen had already become the leader of the group. It was just that Mar wasn't too convinced of it. However, Joka knew that Mar was only feeling embarrassed because he was pulled down from his position as the leader of the mercenaries. It's nothing, Cohen shook his head, let's continue digging. This has nothing to do with us. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a scream coming from the mine. It came from the direction of one of their companions. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stopped and looked over. There were many mysterious legends about the depths of the dark mine. Although no one had ever been there, they were willing to meet any accidents in such a place. However, they saw their companion running out in a panic. Come and look over here. The young man hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Cohen asked. Cohen, you'll know when you come over. I don't know what this is. Everyone was stunned again. Cohen exchanged glances with the others beside him, and then everyone leaned over together. However, they were stunned the moment they walked over. Behind the deep blue vein, which was obviously where the young man had mined, a silver edge was exposed behind the broken rock stratum. It was definitely not a rock, nor was it an ore. Instead, it looked like some kind of man-made object. The youth said anxiously, look at this. He picked up the pickaxe and showed it to the others. They saw that the tip of the pickaxe had been neatly shaved off, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. You made this? Cohen frowned. He did not know what it was either. The youth nodded. That's a sword. It's so sharp. Mar immediately said, I've heard that there are residents of the underworld below us. That must be their weapon. Mar, why would a weapon from the underworld come here? Someone else had a different opinion. It's possible. Didn't the monsters come up here before? Mar, you idiot. That's because the workers dug a tunnel. This time, even Joka couldn't take it anymore, but there wasn't any passage before we started digging, not to mention that the sword was buried in the rock. At the very least, he agreed with Mar about the sword. Mar was about to retort, but Cohen interrupted them. Stop arguing. Let's dig it out and take a look. Dig it out? The girl was confused, it's useless to us. Cohen, I'm a little uneasy. Let's just leave it here. The youth hesitated, but his curiosity was piqued when he saw the silver gleam in the rock. He believed that Mar was right. It was something left behind by the residents of the underworld. However, he glanced at the pickaxe. Such a sharp weapon must be worth a fortune outside. Dig it out, he said. Everyone nodded. The youth's exuberant curiosity eventually overcame their fear of the unknown. However, when Cohen, Mar, and Joka began to dig out the strange weapon that was buried deep underground, there was a huge commotion in the mining area. A terrifying rumor spread among the miners that a monster had been discovered in the lower levels of the mine. The rumor was so real that the supervisors had no choice but to send a group of soldiers to investigate. However, they never returned. In less than half an hour, a written report was placed on Perkins's desk. For the first time, the energetic young man in his 30s, according to Vaughn's calculations, of course, felt that things were getting a little tricky. Perkins was able to come to this mine to work for Count Randner partly because he was valued by the latter, but it was also because of his connections with various parties, especially Countess Randner. As a nephew of Countess Randner's family, he hitched a ride to this mine and waited for his term to end before joining the Count's team of advisors. Perkins knew that this mine was highly valued by Count Randner, and anyone who could successfully gain the latter's trust would eventually become one of the Count's most trusted retainers. This was why he was filled with enthusiasm for this mission, and it could even be said that he came to this place full of pride. Everything seemed to be in order until this morning. The report woke him up from his daydream. The report stated that a giant spider was seen in the lower levels of the mine. Normal spiders would not grow to the size of a human's head, so it must be a monster. Perkins immediately broke out in cold sweat. He knew what happened in the mine more than a decade ago, and if the workers were to dig through the tunnel to Georgandy Ridge again, he could not imagine how serious the situation would be. The young man immediately felt that he could not relax. He repeatedly confirmed the situation in the mine, but the news was worse than the one before. When a group of soldiers disappeared into the mine, Perkins knew that he was in trouble. He knew that he had no ability to do so. He originally planned to get a more leisurely position in the mine that would attract Count Randner's attention, but he did not expect his luck to be so bad that he encountered the worst situation. Perkins was at a loss as to what to do. He slumped back into his seat, wondering if Count Randner would chop him into pieces if he lost the mine. This was what Coden saw when he opened the door to the mine. Coden, who had entered the gold-ranked realm 30 years ago and was one of Count Randner's most trusted subordinates, saw the young man in a daze. Even though he knew that Coden did not have much ability and that he was just a person who got in through the back door, he could not help but feel a sense of disdain in his heart. He knew that Coden did not have much ability, but he did not expect Coden to be completely useless. He coughed once, and only then did he snap Perkins out of his dazed state. Perkins's gray eyes lit up when he saw Coden standing by the door. Of course, he recognized this old executive adjutant, guard captain, and the highest military officer in the mine. Coden was different from him. He was already Count Randner's right-hand man before the year of White Frost. Coden was here to manage the daily operations of the mine, and he was fully trusted by Count Randner. Even though Perkins had cursed Coden more than once for being a damned old man, he still knew that he had to show a certain amount of respect on the surface. Furthermore, Coden was very likely to be his savior at this moment. He shouted like a drowning man grabbing onto the last straw, "Mr. Coden, you're here. We're in big trouble now." "What do you mean by big trouble?" Coden said with a hint of disdain. However, Perkins didn't dare to be too calculative at a time like this. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened. Coden had already understood most of the situation before he came here. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart. That damned bastard kept the news from him from the start, and only called him over when things got out of hand. If he knew the truth earlier, at least his soldiers would not have lost their lives for no reason. Coden was very unhappy at this moment, but he knew that this matter was of great importance. He could only suppress his dissatisfaction and ask coldly, "Oh, then what do you plan to do, Mr. Coden?" Perkins was stunned. He knew that Coden was using this opportunity to make him unhappy, but he knew that he had not handled this matter properly. He could only smile and say, "This. I'm not sure about the situation down there, but I'm worried that the miners will riot. I plan to send the guards down to maintain order." He looked at Coden's gloomy face and gulped. "That, at least we'll need some people." Coden snorted coldly and interrupted him. "Bullshit idea. If you send the guards down, won't the miners know that something is wrong down there? They'll only become more chaotic. There are thousands of miners in this mine, and you want to maintain order with less than 100 people? Aren't you thinking too much, Mr. Coden?" Perkins' face was almost disfigured by the scolding, but fortunately, he was thick-skinned and replied, "Then what should we do?" "I'll go down and take a look." Coden wiped the hilt of his sword. "Although the monsters down there are troublesome, they won't be able to stop me. I'll go down and see how serious the situation is." "Good, good, good." Perkins said the word "good" 3 times. Although the matter was not resolved yet, he was relieved that Coden was going to take action. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 288. After releasing the wind spirit spiders, Brando immediately returned to the upper level. Hundreds of wind spirit spiders were crawling up the mine shaft. He knew that the panicked miners would soon spread the news to the surface. A similar incident had happened in Schaflund mine before, but the attackers were dino beasts from the beehive zone. The mine had suffered a huge loss of manpower and property. Now that a similar monster attack had occurred, the mine's manager, who had experienced it before, would definitely do something about it. Brando did not go back the way he came. Instead, he chose a different path. He advanced in the dark tunnel. His 20 perceptive sense allowed him to adapt to the dim light. The tunnel was so deep that he could not see his own fingers, but it was as bright as day in his eyes. He leisurely passed through a tunnel that the wind spirit spiders had once passed through. The workers here had long since fled in terror. The surroundings were empty, and there was not a single sound to be heard. Brando came to the elevator and activated the Magitech. The simple elevator slowly rose and brought him to the upper level. The next level was the tunnel that transported the ores to the surface. There was a wooden track on the floor, and the space was higher. The walls were supported by sturdy wooden frames. However, under the light of the torch, there was no one around. Most of the workers had fled. Brando walked out of the elevator and quickly found an inconspicuous mark on the rock layer. He followed the mark and turned a corner. Suddenly, a black shadow lurked in the shadows and lunged at him like a venomous snake. Brando's cheek was stung by the sharp blade, but he reacted quickly. He raised his hand and blocked the hand that was holding the sword. Just as he was about to counterattack, he recognized the sword. His left hand immediately grabbed his opponent's wrist and forced him to drop the sword. He heard a clang as the sword fell to the ground, followed by a soft groan of pain. It was a woman's voice. "My lord." Yuta finally recognized Brando. The red-haired, blue-eyed female commander frowned and hugged her wrist. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you." She knew that Brendel was powerful, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. Among the three leaders, only Cornelius knew Brendel's true strength. The others did not have a clear understanding of his strength before. Brendel merely grabbed her wrist and exerted some force, and she felt as though her entire body was tied up. Her wrist felt like it was broken, and she could not move at all. Yuta rubbed her wrist and was speechless. She was also a silver tier, but she was restrained the moment she made a move. Was there such a huge gap between gold and silver tier? "Where are Scarlet and Medisha?" Brando asked. "They are on the other side." "My lord, why did you call us here?" "It's a little troublesome to lure the enemy out." "We need to change our plan." Brendel flicked out his sword and sent the sword flying into the air. The sword hit the wall and bounced back, but he caught it and passed it back. "I have a plan. I received news that there was a serious accident in the Schaflund mine more than 10 years ago. The miners dug through the tunnels leading to Jorgendy Ridge, which led to the invasion of monsters. My lord, are you going to use this method to lure him out?" Medisha's voice came from behind Yuta. Brando saw the silver fairy princess and Scarlet coming out from behind. They had heard the commotion. The girl recognized the wind spirit spiders that Brando had summoned, and she easily came to a conclusion. Brando nodded. "The captain of the guards is called Koden. He personally led the guards to drive the monsters out of the mine in the last accident. This time, he will most likely remember his experience. It's not a bad place to fight." The red-haired girl flicked her long ponytail and looked up at the ceiling. "But aren't you afraid of causing a collapse? Let's just end it quickly." "The enemy is an intermediate gold tier. It is a little tricky." Brendel furrowed his brows. His opponent was not a greenhorn, but a gold-ranked swordsman with plenty of experience, but I don't have a better idea at the moment. The three of them suddenly stopped talking. They heard footsteps coming from the other side of the mine. The footsteps were messy but not panicked. It must be the guards patrolling the mine. However, only Brando, who had the highest level among the four of them, heard the faint sound of footsteps. Although the level of an elementalist did not increase Brando's strength, it greatly improved his perception. Although Brando's absolute strength was only a lower gold tier, his perception was actually higher than Koden's. At the very least, he was above the intermediate gold tier. He immediately put his index finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. He warned Metasha and Scarlet with his eyes that the big fish was approaching. Although Yuta did not know what was going on, she knew what was going on when she saw the serious expressions on their faces. Koden did not enter the mine alone. He said that he would go alone, but it was just an excuse. The mine was huge and complex, and the master swordsman would not be able to take care of it alone. He brought a small group of 10 people with him. However, the strange thing was that the spiders mentioned in the report seemed to have disappeared the moment he entered the mine. He and his men patrolled the first and second floor, but they did not find any of the monsters in the rumors. Koden could not help but feel suspicious. He almost thought that someone was deliberately spreading the rumor, but the group of soldiers that went missing reminded him that there was something wrong. When Koden reached the 3rd level, he discovered that the tunnels were empty. The miners had long since escaped upwards, leaving the place in a silent and desolate world. For the first time, the master swordsman sensed that something was wrong. They followed the wooden tracks and searched. The Shaflan silver mine was so complicated that the soldiers had to check the map as they walked. But at that moment, Koden heard a sound. It seemed like someone was talking in front of him. He did not dare to confirm it, so he immediately ordered his men to spread out and move forward cautiously. But when he found out the source of the sound, he and his men were stunned. There was a woman there. To be exact, it was a little girl with silver hair and silver eyes. Not only that, but she also had pointy ears. The soldiers could only recognize that she was an elf, but Koden was a knight. Not only did he learn etiquette in a noble family, but he also read books about geography and history. The old man recognized her at a glance. She was the legendary silver elf. He rubbed his eyes and almost thought that he was presbyopic or that he had seen a ghost. The silver elves had disappeared hundreds of years ago, and any books that mentioned them would use the word legend in front of them. But now, this legend was standing right in front of him. Koden was surprised, but he did not let his guard down. Suddenly, he heard a slight movement behind his ear. He immediately turned around and saw 2 people behind him. One of them was a young man wearing a gray-white leather armor, and there were 5 or 6 long swords hanging from his waist. Koden was stunned when he saw the young man. Why does he have so many swords? What kind of school does he belong to? But Koden immediately saw a young mercenary girl with a halberd following behind the young man. The old swordsman suddenly realized that he was no longer in the mood to care about the silver elves. Instead, he connected the dots and realized that these people were here for him. But he did not ask any nonsense like, "Who are you?" He raised his eyebrows and asked, "How much money did Jera give you?" Brando was stunned. "Then who are they?" Scarlet asked in confusion. "Humph," Koden drew his sword. "If they are not sent by my old enemy, then they must be the Count's enemies. But it's all the same, come and die." Under his command, the soldiers unsheathed their swords. Even though Koden's hair was white, he still looked majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if he had lost his courage in the past. Count Ranner had 13 knights that he trusted the most. Among them, Baldron and Sean were the strongest, but Koden was the only one who had participated in the 10 Years' War. He was also one of the top 5 knights in terms of strength. It was rumored that the old swordsman obtained gold-ranked strength 30 years ago, and he was now a middle-ranked knight. He pulled out his sword from its scabbard. But Yuta, who was hiding far away, had a different thought when she saw the scene. She glanced at Brando. Koden, the captain of Shaflan's guards, obtained gold-ranked strength 30 years ago, but he was already a middle-aged man in his 50s at that time. Now that he was old, he was only a middle-ranked gold-ranked knight. Compared to this young lord, a mortal is indeed different from a monster. She thought. When Koden saw Brando unsheathing his sword, he did not think much of it and wondered who sent 3 immature fools to cause trouble for him. But when he saw the young man releasing his aura, the air around him suddenly turned cold, and a layer of white frost began to spread from his feet, causing his eyelids to twitch. Elemental activation, gold-ranked strength. Such a young gold-ranked swordsman. But the old swordsman's shock did not end there. He immediately saw the electric arcs on Scarlet's halberd and arms, as well as the layer of white spiritual energy that condensed around Medish's body. He immediately felt his heart skip a beat. 3 opponents who had entered the gold stage. But who would be willing to send 3 geniuses here to cause trouble for him? He looked like he was in his 20s, but he was already a gold-ranked swordsman. This kind of person would attract attention no matter where he went, and would not be sent here to be an assassin. Coden subconsciously took a step back, but it was not to show weakness. Being surrounded by 2 gold-ranked opponents, even he had to consider how to protect himself. P.S. The condition of "I will die without support" has improved a little, but to fully recover, I still have to rely on the support of my fellow students. Chapter 289. The first to attack was Brando. Coden did not dare to be careless in the face of a famous master swordsman. He immediately unleashed the White Raven sword style. The sword shattered from top to bottom, but the wind pressure from the sword formed a crescent-shaped gust of wind that swept towards Coden and his soldiers. The air was either compressed into a thin blade, or pushed away by a huge force. However, the gust of wind that was pushed away was equally lethal. With a few loud bangs, the gust of wind had already broken the wooden pillars that supported the walls on both sides of the cliff. Scarlet could not help but glance at the tunnel, worried that it would collapse at any moment. However, even the sturdy wood could not withstand the impact of the cyclone, not to mention the guards who had not even reached the level of iron. The wind from the sword swept through the entire corridor, and the 10 guards immediately fell to the ground. If they were not beheaded, then they were cut in half at the waist. The White Raven sword style was an intermediate-level swordsmanship, and Coden did not dare to take the attack head-on. He leaped up to avoid the sharpest part of the sword and used his hand to break through the cyclone at the top of the tunnel. At the same time, he thrust his sword towards Brando. These veterans who had experienced 10 years of war were most familiar with the classic Erewhon military swordsmanship, and Coden was no exception. However, Brando was very familiar with this style of swordsmanship. He quickly retreated when he saw Coden's attack, and Scarlet caught up with him. Clang! She raised her halberd and blocked the sword. Lower gold tier. Coden immediately judged Scarlet's strength. Get out of my way. The old man roared and pressed his sword downwards. Scarlet's eyes widened in shock, and she took 7 steps back before she could stop herself. Coden was also shocked. He thought that Scarlet would at least retreat to the side of the tunnel, but she stopped at such a short distance. Obviously, he did not expect Scarlet's physique to be far superior as an oracle. As soon as the old man landed on the ground, he immediately launched an attack on Brando, who was retreating. The captain's goal was very clear. He wanted to break through, but how could Brando let him do as he wished? Although the sword in his hand had shattered, he was already prepared and immediately pulled out another long sword. Coden finally understood why the young man had prepared so many swords, but it was a joke that a gold-ranked swordsman didn't have a sword that suited him. The old man sneered and took a step forward. The long sword in his hand was like a silver chain as it slashed down towards Brando. That sword move could not be said to be exquisite. It was just the most basic sword move of a battle formation sword art. However, when this old swordsman used it, it felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Holy **T. Brando felt that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Whether it was Conrad or Turst, none of the gold-ranked swordsmen he had seen before could compare to this old man. Even Buga, who was stronger than him, did not give him as much pressure as Coden. Brando knew the reason. The former was just a swordsman, while the latter was a soldier. He had only seen this kind of aura and swordsmanship from one person in this world. The White Knight, Ebden. It could be said that other than the Oracle of the Earth, Ebden was the one who forced Brando into a corner the most. Ebden was only a silver-ranked swordsman. Although Brando's own strength was weak, others might not be able to do the same. The soldier's swordsmanship was unrestrained, with an innate killing intent and aura. It was as if he was not wielding a sword, but a wall. It gave people the illusion that there was no way to avoid it and that a great disaster was about to befall them. Ebden's swordsmanship was one of the best, and Coden was a veteran who had fought in the war for 10 years. His swordsmanship was far superior to Ebden's, and even Brendel, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, felt a chill run down his spine. However, ashes were ashes after all. Brando gritted his teeth and dodged to the side, causing Coden's sword to miss. The sword hovered in the air, but the air current lashed down like a whip. With a loud bang, a 10-meter-long dent appeared in the ground. The entire tunnel seemed to tremble. Brando's scalp went numb. For the first time, he felt that it was not a wise choice to fight Coden here. No matter how he looked at it, the tunnel would not be able to withstand their attacks. However, Coden did not seem to mind. He was slightly surprised that Brando was able to dodge his attack. His gray eyebrows twitched slightly. However, he did not slow down and immediately swung his sword towards Brando. He wanted to force Brando away. This series of attacks happened in the blink of an eye. Scarlet had just stabilized herself. Brando saw Medisha rushing towards him, but she was still a step away. Coden's sword was right in front of him, but he could not retreat. However, Brando was furious. "Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might?" He activated Charge, and with a burst of speed, he disappeared from Coden's sight. When he reappeared, he had already dodged Coden's sword and stabbed towards his throat. What incredible speed! Coden could tell that this was the Sun Knight's skill. He blocked the attack with his own hand. When their swords clashed, both of them could tell that the other's understanding of swordsmanship was different. They were both Erwin's battle formation swordsmanship, but at this moment, it was time to determine who was better. Coden was excited, but when he saw Brando take a step back and his sword slanted to the side, his eyes flashed. This isn't Erwin's battle formation swordsmanship. Coden immediately took a step back and blocked Medisha's spear with his own sword. However, he did not take any further action. Instead, he shouted in a deep voice, "Stop!" When Brando and Coden began to fight, the entire tunnel shook a few times. Joka felt sand falling on his shoulder. He touched it with his hand and looked up at the top of the tunnel. He could not help but ask worriedly, "What's going on? Did the tunnel collapse?" He turned to his companions and asked, "Did you guys feel it?" Mar and the others were busy digging. They had almost dug out the object from the wall. Because it was too sharp, they had no choice but to start from the sides and slowly push this shiny silver object out of the gradually sunken rock wall. When the rock layer was peeled away, they could see the outline of the object. It was not a sword, but more like a silver sphere. But why is it so sharp? They could not figure it out. The sphere slowly protruded from the wall. Some of them even touched it carefully, but it was not a big deal. This made them feel relieved. But at this time, the girl shivered. "I feel a little cold." She looked around anxiously as if something was hiding in the darkness. The temperature seems to have dropped. Cohen's attention was focused on the silver sphere. There was a faint golden color on its surface. He had read about this metal in a book left behind by a monk, Mithril. The young man's eyes couldn't help but burn. In his memory, compared to the value of Mithril, winter iron was no different from a rock. He shook his head after hearing what the girl and Joka said. "There are occasional tremors in the mine, but they're very small. There's nothing to be surprised about. Don't scare yourself." Then he turned around and said, "You know what, we're rich now." He smiled. "Now we don't have to go out and make a living. We can live the life we want." However, before he could finish his sentence, Mars suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to look at him. After Mars swung his pickaxe down, a large chunk of the rock wall suddenly fell off, revealing a layer of smooth black rock behind. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They thought that the blue cold iron or vein was at least 1 to 1/2 meter deep, but they didn't expect there to be such a thing behind it. "This isn't natural," someone suddenly shouted. "Look, there are words on it." Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a row of densely packed words written on the black rock wall. However, it seemed that because of the passage of time, the words had already become blurred. No one could see what was written on it. Cohen slowly walked over and touched it. It was cold to the touch. He turned his hand over and saw a patch of black on it. "It's rust," he said, "this is iron." "What is it?" someone asked. The other youths looked at each other. Cohen did not know how to answer. He had some knowledge, but it was limited. This strange excavation made him feel a little nervous, but there was also a faint excitement. Even in the young man's confused state of mind, he could roughly guess that he had dug up something incredible. "Come, let's continue digging. We'll dig it out." Mar was a man of action. "Wait, you know what it is?" Joka said in annoyance. He had been worried since the beginning. "Plus, it's so big. You won't be able to bring it out even if you dig it out." The last sentence moved Mar. He stopped and looked at Cohen with a questioning gaze. "Let's dig out the silver ball first." Cohen checked the iron wall and found nothing. He lost interest and decided to get the actual benefits first. But this time, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire tunnel shook. This time, it was different from before. It was as if the entire tunnel was shaking violently. All the youths were shaken to the ground at the first moment. "Look, that thing is glowing," a voice suddenly shouted amidst the screams. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 290. Coden took a step back and used his sword to deflect the silver elf princess spear as he shouted, "Stop!" But right at this moment, just as everyone's movements became sluggish, the ground in the mine suddenly began to shake. Brando, Medisha, and Scarlet's expressions changed and they looked up instinctively. Crack! A 10-meter-long fissure appeared on the ceiling of the mine. Sand and gravel fell from the fissure and hit everyone's faces. This sudden turn of events interrupted the battle, and Brendel immediately lowered his head and squinted his eyes. He turned around and shouted for Scarlet behind him to quickly retreat. He knew something was wrong, but the mine was more fragile than he thought. Brendel naturally concluded that this was the result of several gold-ranked forces fighting below, but he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Their battle with Coden had only just begun. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. But he didn't have time to think about it. As he retreated, Scarlet suddenly shouted from the other side, "My lord, be careful," but before she could finish her sentence, Shaflun's mind began to tremble for the second time. Huge rocks finally broke free from the mountain's shackles and crashed down. The light in the mine suddenly became chaotic and dim. Brando wanted to avoid it, but a large amount of sand and gravel rushed towards him. Damn it! That was his last thought before everything turned dark. The terrifying tremors from the underground even reached the surface. The young noble clerk who was restraining the workers in the mine lost his balance and fell down. With great difficulty, Perkins crawled up from the rubble with his head bleeding. He felt the ground beneath his feet trembling and rumbling. He could not help but turn pale and look around in panic. The entire mine was in chaos. Most of the miners had been thrown to the ground, but even more people were running away. What's going on? An earthquake? Is Lady Martha angry? Perkins couldn't help but shudder. Frada in the Moon of Frost had a hint of desolation. Griffine's pale silver eyes reflected a glimmer of light as she looked out from the balcony. In the distance, the white fog seemed to be dragging the canopy of a forest with thick, ink-like ink. Some of the trees had already lost most of their leaves. But the fireplace in the room was still burning. Sparks from the red charcoal occasionally drifted out of the iron fence and onto the red bricks outside the fireplace. The room became warmer. Her Royal Highness only had a red and white fur shawl draped over her nightgown. Her long silver hair was a little messy and floppy, as if she was sleepy. Under her nightgown, she was barefooted. She lowered her head and absent-mindedly placed her small white feet on the fluffy carpet. She watched her white skin sink into the soft fluffy fur and then smiled. Of course, Auerbach couldn't see what was going on under the table. Otherwise, he would have scolded the princess, who was half his student, and told her to pay attention to her appearance and behavior. However, the old vassal's gaze was more focused on the document on the table. It was actually 3 days after the knight's tournament. The document was personally delivered by Maynard. The female knight was standing beside Auerbach, 1 step behind him. She was wearing a black knight's robe. The skin on her hands and neck was as white as porcelain. She stood straight and looked straight ahead. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, Princess Griffin recovered from her low blood pressure. She rubbed her forehead and lifted her silver eyes weakly, as if she was tired. Her 2 subjects were reflected in her pupils. I'm sorry, Auerbach, Maynard. I woke up a little late. Rest well. Strike a balance between work and rest. It wasn't Auerbach who said this, but the female knight. Auerbach turned to look at her. The female knight was expressionless, but the vassal wasn't surprised. He had always been like this, out of concern for the princess. It wasn't just out of concern for the queen. What is this? Princess Griffin took a look at the report written on the parchment. She frowned and placed her hand on a crystal shard the size of a fist. The shard immediately lit up, and images appeared on it. Upon closer inspection, it was a record of the knight's tournament a few days ago. However, the image of a young girl was shown. The princess recognized that it was Freya. She paused for a moment and replayed it. Princess Griffin looked up and asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" "Swordsmanship," Maynard replied. "Swordsmanship? There's a problem with that little girl's swordsmanship." This time, it was Auerbach who answered. "Isn't that Everton's daughter?" "What problem could there be?" the young girl asked. Maynard nodded and took out a bell and shook it. The bell rang, and the door opened. A young knight wearing a chest plate and a red cloak with white fur leaned forward and asked, "What orders do you have, Lady Maynard?" "Attack me," the female knight ordered concisely. The knight was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask any questions. He opened the door and took a step back, then immediately drew his sword. As a knight of the royal family, he had the strength of a gold tier, and his attacks were clean and efficient. However, Maynard simply took a step back and dodged his first attack. The young girl dodged to the side and at the same time closed the distance between her and the knight. She drew her sword halfway and pressed it against the knight's neck. Half of her body leaned forward and pressed the knight to the ground with her sword. In the blink of an eye, Maynard held her half-unsheathed sword to the knight's neck with one hand in front of the other, and the knight fell to the ground on his butt. "Maynard, your swordsmanship has improved again." The half-elf girl's eyes lit up. However, the knight who was sitting on the ground was not depressed at all. He held Maynard's hand and stood up. He lowered his head and replied, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Maynard had always been the Griffin knight. Corvado? She was the knight captain of Oderfice's royal guards. Although they weren't completely in the same system, she could still command the knights of the royal guards. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was half the boss of these knights. Towards this female boss, although there were some dissenting voices, most of the young knights in the knight regiment were convinced and looked forward to her. In the words of a jealous person, this female knight was already notorious for her ferocity. Maynard nodded and did not say much. Instead, she kept her sword and replied to Princess Griffin, "This is a military swordsmanship, a swordsmanship that was born to end a battle quickly." The silver-haired girl thought for a moment and said, "I don't remember our country's military swordsmanship being like this." "Because it has been modified," Auerbach replied, "this is a modified military swordsmanship. It focuses on the technique, not the technique. The core of this swordsmanship is to use the simplest method to cause the enemy to lose their ability to fight." The minister pointed to his neck, waist, arms, and thighs. "Usually, it's to kill, but there are other methods. However, those who have not accumulated experience in battle would not be able to use this swordsmanship. Griffin fell into deep thought. She placed her hand on the crystal again and replayed the image. She noticed the second half of Freya's last strike. You're talking about this? The female knight nodded. After Miss Maynard told me about this, I observed it carefully. Auerbach replied, this little girl's move to snatch the sword was purely improvised, but the attack after that has the shadow of a military swordsmanship. The half-fairy princess frowned, but immediately relaxed and revealed a look of interest. You said that this swordsmanship requires a long period of experience in battle, but she did not have such experience. She used to be a militia in Buchi and participated in the war with Madara, but it was only for a few days. Yes. But there is another possibility. Auerbach lowered his head and replied, she is a veteran. You mean someone taught her? That Martin? Griffin asked. No, I sent someone to investigate this old guard captain. He is very capable and experienced the November War, but he is just an ordinary veteran. Yes, his other disciple did not know this swordsmanship either. Griffin nodded. She was referring to Breton. But there was another possibility, and that was that Freya was a genius, and did not need a long period of time to comprehend her own understanding of swordsmanship. But Freya's ability was obvious to everyone present, so this possibility was not mentioned. Who could it be? Griffin was puzzled. She does not know anyone else. There is another person who is out of our sight, Your Highness. Griffin immediately reacted, and a strange light flashed in her silver eyes. You mean him? Auerbach nodded. The half-fairy princess quickly calmed down. But he is just a young man, unless someone taught him. She tilted her head. Then do you know more about him? Griffin suddenly realized that when she asked this question, there was a strange expectation in her heart. Was it to find out more about this matter? Or was it to find out more about him? Perhaps it was a combination of both, but the princess herself did not know. Unless he can return to Buchi. You did not get any information from the people who escaped from Buchi? They are not familiar with him. Maynard interrupted. I even sent someone to ask Breton privately, but he said he did not know. He said he did not know. Griffin thought for a moment. But he said he did not know? Maynard nodded. She also felt that there was a problem, but she could not find any more clues. Let's put it aside for now. Griffin ran her fingers through her silver hair and adjusted the silver band at the back of her head. Let's go back to the matter. Can this swordsmanship be popularized? That little girl cannot. Miss Maynard observed her for a while, and she did not know much about it. Auerbach shook his head. Unless we can find that person, Griffin raised her head and asked. Right? Both of them nodded. Griffin looked at the knight. Maynard, can't you restore this swordsmanship to its original state? You are one of the rare swordsmanship geniuses in the kingdom, can't you do anything? She asked. Maynard seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, she regained her senses. I will try my best, but do not have too much hope. After all, I am not a warrior. I mean, this swordsmanship cannot be restored without a certain amount of battle experience. The knight replied calmly. I understand. I will ask Auerbach to help you. Ask him to find a few veterans who experienced the November War to discuss this with you. Griffin thought for a moment. In the near future, other than preparing for the trip to Ampere Seal, spend more time on this matter. I am very optimistic about the promotion of this swordsmanship, so I will have to trouble the two of you. This old one understands. Yes. Maynard nodded slightly. P.S. Everyone, have you ever seen someone who subscribed to 999 Chidian coins last month and was just short of 1 Chidian coin, only to end up with no monthly votes this month? Chapter 291. The sound of water dripping came from the darkness. Brando's eyelids twitched, and he finally woke up from the pitch-black environment. He felt that his surroundings were silent, as if he had returned to the beginning of the world. After groaning, his consciousness gradually became clearer, and he subconsciously opened his status panel to take a look. When the faint green light screen appeared out of nowhere in the darkness, Brando finally felt a little more at ease. The status showed that he did not have any fractures or internal injuries, and there were not even any large wounds, just some abrasions and impacts. He then realized that he was worrying too much, and the strength of his body after entering the Golden Realm was not just for show. However, the surroundings were still pitch black, and there was no light. Even if his perception was high, he could not see in complete darkness. However, when he tried to take out the fluorescent gem, he immediately realized that a large amount of heavy earth and rocks were pressing down on his body, making him unable to move. Brando then remembered the scene when he was hit by the collapsed earth and rocks, and that was the main reason why he fainted. But he could not help but feel lucky. If it was a normal person, even if he was lucky enough to escape, he would not be able to escape the fate of suffocation. But then again, if he was just a normal person, he would have died in Buchi. Taking a deep breath, Brando extended his arms outwards, and the power of more than 100 ounces immediately shook the earth and rocks, rolling down. Then he tried again, and with the addition of power burst, he finally broke the earth and rocks pressing down on him. Once he broke free, Brando immediately patted the sand off his body and stood up, but he subconsciously wiped his forehead, and felt that his hand was cold. Stunned for a moment, he immediately took out the fluorescent gem, and under the pale light, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. F***ck, Brando cursed, and then looked around. The situation outside made him sigh in relief. After the collapse of the tunnel, the passage was not completely sealed, at least there was still a way out. The passage was at the other end of the tunnel, and the torches on the rock wall had long been extinguished, and he did not know where it led to. At this moment, the surrounding environment had greatly changed, and even Brando could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west. He was about to raise the gem and shine it in that direction, but suddenly he heard a groan behind him. Brando was stunned for a moment before he recalled everything that had happened before the earthquake. He turned around and saw the girl from the Grey Wolves mercenaries lying quietly on the other side of the rubble. Scarlet's eyes were tightly shut, and her sharp face was as pale as a sheet of paper under the pale light. Her eyelashes were trembling slightly, but they reflected a rare kind of quiet and gentle beauty. However, the young man was not in the mood to pay attention to this beauty. Instead, he was paying attention to the pool of blood that was dripping from the other party's forehead. This was somewhat abnormal. The strength of an oracle's body was far greater than that of a human's. Logically speaking, Scarlet should not have suffered such superficial wounds. He suddenly thought of a bad guess, so he slowly walked over and squatted down beside her. He reached out and touched the girl's forehead. It was boiling hot. Brendel's heart skipped a beat. He let go of his hand and saw that there was a layer of faint black patterns under the girl's pale forehead. It was growing along her cheeks. This meant that Scarlet's will was fighting against the blood of God. Every time she fell into a coma, it was a serious test for her. Brando thought for a moment, took out a water skin and poured some water on his palm. He then took out the crystal that was once infused with the blood of God and placed it on her forehead. "Scarlet? Wake up!" He shouted twice, and to his relief, the girl's eyelids finally moved under the light, and then she opened her eyes. Her pupils seemed to be shrouded in a terrible layer of black and red at first, but after a while, they returned to normal. They turned into a pair of amber burning with a vigorous flame. The burning flame seemed to be the power of life, symbolizing a tenacious will. "Scarlet?" Scarlet was in a daze at first, but then she reacted. She looked at Brando in confusion and asked weakly, "Commander?" "Eek. It's me." Brando put away the crystal and answered. The red-haired girl hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord?" Then she closed her eyes quietly. She vaguely remembered that she had a nightmare. In her dream, she dreamt that she was buried under a blood-red tree. The tree's roots pierced into her body, and the crimson roots wrapped around her, constantly extracting her blood, but she couldn't move at all. This was not the first time she had such a dream, but this time it was particularly clear. She felt a little uneasy and subconsciously thought that the nightmare might be related to the blood of God in her body. Yes, how is it? Is it okay? Brando asked worriedly when he saw Scarlet close her eyes. The red-haired girl moved and immediately groaned in pain. She felt that her leg had been injured. Looking down, she found a long wound. Blood was seeping out of her battle robe, dyeing it red. She was a little nervous. Although the rock was sharp, it was not enough to hurt people with their level of strength. Not to mention that she was actually an oracle. Her body's toughness, resistance, and recovery ability were even better than Brando's. This was not normal. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. She subconsciously tried to sit up, but the pain made her groan and lie back down. She laid on the ground and gasped for breath. Her forehead was full of cold sweat, but she did not feel the pain at all. Instead, her mind was filled with another thought. Where is my power? She clearly remembered that she had gained the power of gold after she became an oracle. Didn't the Lord say the same thing? But she felt that she had no power at all. It was a feeling she had not felt for many years. She was weak and powerless, just like an ordinary person. Her power disappeared. The girl laid on the ground, her eyes out of focus. She suddenly felt a little helpless. When Makarov disbanded the Grey Wolves mercenaries, she had such an experience. Everything that she could rely on in the past seemed to have lost its meaning. It was as if she was choked by a great despair. She could not breathe. It was Brando who brought her out of this hopeless situation. The young lord gathered most of the original members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries and gave her a reason to continue living. It was not easy for her to walk out of this shadow and adapt to a new life. It could even be said that she liked this kind of life. At least in the past, the most outstanding people in Makarov's eyes were Eek and Yuta. She was just an insignificant member. But in this place, whether it was because of the power of gold from the blood of God or not, at least she could feel that Brando valued her. Her existence was not insignificant. She was also one of the most important forces in the Lord's group. Moreover, she could continue to fight side by side with the original members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries. This made Scarlet feel satisfied, even if it was very short. She had expected that she would one day become an oracle and lose everything she had now. But she did not expect that Martha was playing a joke on her. When she just blended into the environment, she found that her power had completely disappeared. Right now, she was no different from a normal person. She was even weaker than a normal person. But she knew that a noble did not need a useless retainer. Even though she was also a normal person, she admitted that she was not as smart and knowledgeable as Martha. She could not help but tremble when she thought of this. What's wrong? Brando saw that Scarlet's face was pale and did not say a word. My lord. Scarlet said in a small voice, I don't have any power. Brando was stunned. It was normal to lose too much blood, but he felt that it was a little strange. Logically speaking, an oracle's body should not be so heavily injured. But what was even stranger was Scarlet's strange words. This girl was lying on the ground, her face pale and weak. She said to him weakly, My lord, I don't have any power. What does this mean? Is she asking me to help her up? If it was a young Roman, Brando could understand. But in his impression, Scarlet was an introverted girl. Not to mention acting coquettishly, she was almost as expressionless as Falerne. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Brando carefully observed to see if Scarlet had become an oracle. She pretended to be like this to ambush him, but he was very familiar with the signs of an oracle. She did not look like she was controlled by the blood of gods. He showed a puzzled expression. But Scarlet's mind was in a mess. She did not notice Brando's confusion. Her mind was filled with the ruthless look of Makarov, who she regarded as both a father and a teacher. She could not help but repeat her words, My lord, I don't have any power left. I'm afraid I can't keep up with you. Brando was stunned again. What's going on? However, he suddenly understood and asked tentatively, you've lost your gold power? Scarlett's face paled and nodded slowly. I see. Brando nodded. This time, it was Scarlett's turn to be stunned. Scarlett had imagined Brando's reaction more than once. She was afraid that the same thing would happen again. But she did not expect Brando's reaction, as if he suddenly realized something. It's nothing. Brando shook his head. He knew that what happened to Scarlett was not a good sign. It meant that the conflict between the blood of gods had intensified. When she regained her power, she would become a true oracle. It would not take too long. It would take at most a few days, or at least a few hours. At that time, her power would reach a new level, but she would no longer be her original self. But of course, he could not tell her directly. He comforted her, it's all right. Can't you stand up? Scarlett was completely stunned. She nodded in confusion. Brando extended his hand, let me help you. Brando's voice was not loud when he said this. It was even a little gentle out of sympathy for the poor girl. Scarlett felt as if his words had penetrated all defenses and hit her heart. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. P.S. These 2 chapters are written very smoothly. Is this love? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 292. Brendel was stunned when he saw the tears rolling down Scarlett's cheeks. What's wrong? The girl let her tears fall as if she didn't hear him and only reacted after a while. She sniffed to calm her emotions and finally realized that she had lost her composure. Her cheeks flushed red. It's nothing. It's too painful. Scarlett turned her head away and answered reluctantly, my lord. Brando felt like crying in his heart. Isn't this excuse a little too clumsy? Does it look like she's crying because she's in too much pain? It's more appropriate to say that she's trying to hide her panic. He wasn't an idiot and could roughly guess what she was thinking. Even though he didn't know what she thought of the Grey Wolves' mercenaries, Makarov, and himself, he could see that her silence couldn't hide her avoidance of the past. Rather than saying that she had accepted everything, it was more like she was still stuck in her memories. She seemed to have an instinctive fear and distrust of the outside world. If she left everything she was familiar with, she would be surrounded by a great sense of isolation. He did not know what she had experienced in the past, but he knew that the maimed wolf Makarov's actions must have caused great harm to her. Can you stand up? He threw those thoughts away and asked. Scarlett nodded weakly, but she tried a few times. Even though she was holding Brando's hand, the pain was so intense that she couldn't help but whimper and kneel down. Brando saw the red-haired girl grit her teeth as she cried and tried her best to stand up. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Even though he had seen women cry before, but compared to the girls in the game who had tears in their eyes, Scarlett's strength was more admirable. Moreover, he was a man after all. Don't hold on anymore, I'll carry you. Brando said. They couldn't stay here for too long. Even though they didn't know the situation of Coden and Medisha who were sealed on the other side, they couldn't stay here for too long. However, if the old man returned to the surface before them, their mission would be a complete failure. They had to race against time. How, can I? Scarlett was stunned. What kind of lord would do such a thing? Perhaps Makarov would do something like that, but she knew that it was to buy people's hearts, just like how the Grand Commander did not care about her in the past. She did not understand why, and no matter how well she did, she would never get as much attention as Eek. But later on, she finally understood that even if you wanted to buy people's hearts, you still needed to have the qualifications to be bought. Of course, Scarlett wouldn't be jealous of the person she loved, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. A guy who didn't even have the strength of a silver rank might not even be as good as Rady in the eyes of the captain. Thinking of the white-haired young man who had been killed by Brando, the red-haired girl couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. But what was the young lord's purpose? She didn't have any strength left and didn't have any reputation among the remaining members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries. She was even weaker than Sanford. She had to admit that she was not as beautiful as the merchant girl who was announced to be his fiancée. Brando only had physical contact with the latter, let alone her. There's no need. She thought for a moment and shook her head. My lord, you should leave first. You can come and save me after you control the mine. She paused for a moment and said hesitantly, I'm a mercenary, and I won't be too scared alone. At most, my lord, please leave me a piece of illuminating crystal. Brando didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the fear written all over her face. It was still a problem whether they could find a way out, but even if they were lucky, it would take at least a few hours for them to return. Leaving a defenseless girl like her alone was not dangerous, and the most important thing was that she might turn into an angel the moment he left her. But he thought for a moment and didn't say it directly. Instead, he replied tactfully, You've lost too much blood. It's dangerous for you to stay here. It's fine, the red-haired girl shook her head, this is also Lady Martha's will. Besides, there's no need for you to bring a burden with you. She paused for a moment and her voice became weak. Actually, thank you, my lord. It's enough that you don't want to leave Scarlet behind. The girl took a deep breath and forced a smile. So? I can't be selfish, right? Brando was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Scarlet's beautiful amber eyes. There was even a trace of mist in them, but in the end, they were still dim and lifeless. He suddenly understood. Such an outstanding girl wouldn't have met such a fate if she was born in Wonde. But did Wonde ever have a peaceful life? The reason why the Amber Sword set this world to be one of strife and turbulence was because a game needed a turbulent environment to write an epic chapter. But what was an epic? For this world, it was nothing more than flames burning the earth, bones piling up, and rivers of blood flowing. In Wonde, where the borders of civilization were constantly being nibbled away, wars became more frequent. Because of the need for survival, on one hand, humans became more collective, but on the other hand, they became more utilitarian and practical. The consequence was that the existence of the individual became insignificant. The warmth between people had long disappeared, and the whole society was filled with a sense of coldness when it was formed, cold and efficient. Although in Erewhon, there was more and more resistance because of the incompetent nobles holding the ruling power of the country, but this resistance was not to overthrow the system of this world. In the end, it was because the people at the bottom generally doubted the legitimacy of the ruler. This legitimacy had nothing to do with blood or birth, and the only criterion was strength. The strong were respected, and the weak seemed to be left to fend for themselves. As a modern person, Brando did not object to the former, but he did not agree with the latter. He knew that Scarlet's story was not unique in this world. There were thousands of Scarlets in this world, just like how there were thousands of Sifrids. If not for him, the little girl from the Green Village would not have ended up any better than the red-haired girl in front of him. Was it not? In fact, there were many people in this world who were more unfortunate than them. He was powerless to change all of this. This was different from changing the fate of Erewhon. It was a rebellion against the will of the world itself. This will not only represented the power of a huge society, but also the laws of nature that formed this power. After all, this was a different world from Earth. Brando's selfish wish was to save the kingdom. As for whether this wish would hurt more people, he did not think too much about it. These people might come from other countries, such as Madara, Cruz, or even the oppression of the kingdom itself. Brando only hoped that the people he was familiar with, whether it was the princess, the Valkyrie, or the people who sacrificed their lives for the kingdom, would not repeat the tragedy that happened to them. Rewriting history, that was all. When a tragedy like Scarlet's happened, he did not think that he could turn a blind eye to it. When Brando heard Scarlet's words, he shook his head and said, "You're thinking too much. Do you think I'm such a useless person?" But Scarlet was still hesitating. An excellent leader will never leave any of his members behind. Brendel felt that he should say something cool like this at this moment. He remembered that this sentence was told to him by his senior sister when she handed the team over to him. But he found that he could not be serious at all. In the end, he could only shake his head and make a clumsy joke. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." But Brando was about to cry when he said this. He felt that he had embarrassed himself as a transmigrator. Scarlet was not any better. Her face was completely red, and she quickly shook her head. "Of course not, it's just, no, it's just." Brando felt that he would go crazy if he continued talking. He simply carried Scarlet with both hands without saying a word, completely ignoring the latter's frightened cry. She was dumbfounded. She never dreamed that Brando would be so forceful. Her mind was in a mess. He just said that he won't take advantage of me. But the girl immediately buried her head in her chest like an ostrich. Her ears were red, and her heart was thumping. She could not say a word. She wondered if this was the legendary Princess Carrie. When she was in the mercenary group, she had wondered more than once if Eek would carry her to the Holy Cathedral one day. But this little extravagant hope had long since turned into a beautiful fantasy after Yura appeared. But this red-haired girl never thought that one day, someone would really carry her like this. It was just that this person wasn't the one she had imagined, and the pitch-black tunnel seemed a little too eerie. But when she leaned her head against Brando's chest like an ostrich, she felt an inexplicable sense of security even though her heart was beating fast. "My lord is different from most people I've met," she thought. "He's also different from Eek. When I'm by his side, I feel a strange sense of security and trust." This feeling is probably the same for Amandina, and the Roman lady as well. They should all be able to feel it. Scarlet suddenly understood why there were more and more people gathering around Brando in the past few months. Although this was not unrelated to the young man's personal ability, there were many people in Wonde who had more background and ability than him. But today, she finally found the reason. She lightly clicked her tongue, thinking that she was lucky to be able to follow such a lord. It seemed that Lady Martha had not completely abandoned her. But the prospect of losing her power still made her feel a little gloomy. She knew that she was not a genius, and it would not be easy to regain her power. But she shook her head and threw this thought away. She would just take it one day at a time. Brando's every move had made her completely relieved. But when she thought this, she did not know that she only had a few days or even a few hours to live. P.S. If you're in a situation where your results are good, you really don't want to ask for support. Chapter 293. The two of them walked in the dark tunnel, with only the dim light from the illuminating crystals illuminating the path ahead. The collapse did not only happen in the area where they fought. Brando saw signs of the collapse everywhere. Piles of earth and rocks blocked most of the tunnel. Some places were completely blocked off. Even though he could break through the rocks in these places, he still chose to take a detour in order to not cause a second collapse. Scarlet leaned on Brando's body, clearly feeling the young lord's strong heartbeat. She felt her own heart pounding as well. The red-haired girl's face was a little hot. She felt that she should say something to break the awkward silence, but she did not know where to start. She thought for a while and decided to change the topic. "Where are the others?" Brando shook his head. He remembered that he, Scarlet, Coden, and Medisha were separated. Yuta was even further away, and he did not know where she was now. He searched for Medisha's card in his mind. The silver card did not turn gray, which meant that the silver elf princess was not in any danger. "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem like a big problem." He recalled that when the collapse happened, Medisha and Coden were sealed together. Since she was not in danger, it was very likely that Coden was in trouble. Brando knew that Medisha alone was no match for Coden. Scarlet replied. "Is your wound okay?" Brando asked. He was worried that the red-haired girl was suddenly so talkative. He was worried that the blood of God would act up prematurely. "No," Scarlet quickly changed the topic, "but it's a little strange." "What's wrong?" "We had just started fighting. Now that I think about it, it didn't seem like it would cause such a large earthquake." Brando fell silent. In fact, he had been wondering about this ever since he woke up. Although it was dangerous for 4 gold-tier fighters to fight in the mine, they had only fought a few times. Other than his first White Raven sword style, he had not used any other powerful skills. Even if he was a gold-tier swordsman, he would be no different from an ordinary person. It was not as if such a person would cause an earthquake when he walked into the mines. It was just that he didn't have time to think too much about it back then. Now that he looked back, he found many suspicious points. He wondered if he was unlucky enough to encounter an earthquake. If that was the case, then Lady Martha's joke was a bit too much. However, regardless of whether it was an earthquake or not, this doubt could only remain at the level of speculation for now. They could only come to a conclusion after they reached the ground and learned how big the impact of the collapse was. But now, Brando had no choice but to weave through the dark, crisscrossing underground tunnels like a mole. As time passed, he began to suspect that the area he was in had been sealed off. However, when he came to a dead end for the 3rd time, Brando finally confirmed it. However, after such a long search, it was not all for naught. At least he found out that the elevator he used to go up to this floor could still be used. The only bad news was that the elevator could only go up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the mine was connected to the 3rd floor, but the 5th floor was connected to the beehive. It was a complicated cave system, and from there, one could enter the 4th floor. Perhaps, one could enter the 3rd floor from another area. Brando had asked Joka before he entered the mine. There were a total of 5 elevators from the 3rd to the 4th floor. Although the area he was in was sealed off by the falling rocks, the other areas on the 3rd floor might not be the same. He made a decision in a short time and brought Scarlet to the 4th floor to try his luck. The elevator hit the rock and stopped with a heavy thud. Brando was no stranger to this floor of the mine. In fact, he came up from here before. The 4th floor was also dark, but under the light of the illuminating crystal, Brando immediately noticed that the 4th floor had also collapsed. He looked up at the loose rock at the top of the tunnel and the dirt on the ground. However, the rock here was more solid, so the tunnel suffered less damage than the previous one. Brando was more and more confused. He was more and more certain that the earthquake he encountered before was a coincidence. But how could there be such a coincidence? If this was really an earthquake, then it should have happened in the Amber Sword in the past. In the game, Tanajul was considered a low-level area in the transition to a mid-level area. Based on the game's timeline, some players should have just arrived here. He couldn't help but recall the posts related to the earthquake. These posts should be more common in Erewhon, but they were relatively rare in Erewhon. Something like this should have left an impression in his memory. But when he thought about it, he couldn't remember seeing any posts related to it on the forum. But he suddenly remembered something. There was indeed something related to Tanajul on the forum during this period. It was a strange post. Brando remembered that the post was a post asking for an appraisal. The appraisal was cold iron ore and 2 other unknown items. When the words cold iron ore flashed through Brando's mind, it immediately alerted him. He immediately recalled the title of the post. He remembered that the title of the post was, "A large number of cold iron ore for sale," and also asking to appraise 2 items that have never been seen before. To be honest, there were at least 800, if not 1,000, posts like this on the forum during that era. After all, players had only been in the game for a few months, and there were too many new things that the players had not seen before. It was difficult for Brando to remember such a post. But in that era when players did not have any high-level materials, the sudden appearance of a large number of cold iron ore made this post popular. At that time, some people even doubted the authenticity of this post, but it also made Brando remember this post. But his memory of this post was quite vague. He had already forgotten most of the main post's content. He could only vaguely remember that the poster seemed to have received a mission, and then found 2 strange items in a cold iron ore vein when he was mining. As for why he accepted the mission to mine, Brando could not remember. But he remembered the strange items clearly. The first item was the diagonal quartz. That was the first time the magic eye stone appeared on the forum as a material. And the second item, from the picture, he remembered that it was a silver ball. In the end, the discussion of this item did not reach a conclusion. But it did not disappear from the public sight. In fact, later on, there were people who found and learned about the origin of this silver ball from other places. Silver Legacy. In the pale poem of the Cruz people, there was an era before the Age of Chaos, before Martha created the world. It was called the Age of Dusk. Legend has it that in that ancient era, there were gold and silver people living in the Age of Chaos, and there were even legendary, divine people. There was a saying that Martha was one of the divine people, but there was another saying that Martha was created by the divine people. But what kind of existence the divine people were was long unknown. In fact, except for ancient myths like the Pale Poem, they had never appeared in the world of the Amber Sword. Even the widely spread bards on the continent, and most of the half-true rumors were not mentioned in the slightest. So, similar to how Martha was referred to as a reference to the rules, the divine people were referred to as a reference to reality. Players usually thought that the divine people referred to the game designer. So, in contrast to Martha's half-reality and half-virtual existence, the divine people should be completely realistic and synonymous with and non-existent in the game. But one thing was very clear. Historical records did say that the divine people led the first gold and silver generation to create the first sage's sanctuary. Then, Martha used these points to create the world of Wond with the support of the elemental code. The formation of the world took a long time. The first gold and silver people relied on the sanctuary to resist the attack of the Twilight Dragon. Until the last sanctuary recorded in history, the Babel of Babel, was destroyed. Then came the era when the gold and silver bloodlines were scattered across the land, which was the beginning of the Age of Chaos. History before and after that had been buried in the dust. The gold and silver bloodlines had also wandered the land for countless years and almost disappeared. But the ruins of the sanctuary were not completely destroyed. Just like the fairyland of the King of Knights that Brando led the refugees of Fortress Reden into when they fled, the ruins of the sanctuary were widespread in this world. Some were half-physical, such as hidden in the crevices of space and time, such as the fairyland. Some were completely imaginary, such as the legendary Babel of Babel, the unbreakable last fortress that existed at the top of the world. But there were also some that were the most physical, and most of these were the Silver Folk sanctuaries. These sanctuaries were the most thoroughly destroyed in the war. For example, the steel plains sunk into the ground, and the runic dwarves were almost wiped out. And some were left as ruins, becoming sacred places today. The most famous one that Brando knew was the Gate to Heaven in the Kingdom of Knights. But there were also some that were unknown, such as the Dusty Kingdom and Valhalla. But in any case, some of these shelters were not empty. Just like archaeology, people who entered could often find something inside. This was the legacy of the gold people and the silver people. In fact, the golden apple in Brando's hand was a kind of gold legacy. In terms of quality, although the legacy of the silver folk was a little inferior, the effect would not be that bad. Thinking of this, Brando could already guess that the previous earthquake was completely likely caused by the magical resonance caused by the unearthing of the high-grade holy object. The magic eye gem, the cold iron ore, he had almost confirmed where this mission was. Just relying on the legacy of the silver folk alone did not seem to be enough to cause such a big commotion. Brando was a little puzzled. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 294. Not long after they entered the 4th level, Brando suddenly heard Scarlet whisper, "My lord." "What's wrong?" "Let me try." The girl's voice was almost inaudible. Brando looked down and found that the body of an oracle was indeed worthy of its reputation. Although she had lost her strength, her body's recovery ability was still much stronger than the average person. Brando saw that the wound on her thigh had stopped bleeding and formed a scab. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it okay?" But under the girl's insistence, Brando finally helped her down. Scarlet frowned slightly when her feet touched the ground, but after a while, she stood steadily. Although she was a little slow, she could barely walk by herself with the support of the lightning spear. After discovering this, Scarlet seemed to be a little happy. She happily raised her head and smiled at Brando. "My lord." Brando rarely saw such a heartfelt smile from Scarlet. He could not help but be slightly startled. But the latter quickly realized that she had lost her composure and turned her head away. Brando actually thought that the red-haired girl looked pretty when she smiled, but of course, he would never say that out loud. The two maintained their silence as they walked through the low tunnel. Not long after, Brando suddenly saw a faint white thing in the darkness ahead. He softly exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Scarlet asked from behind. "There seems to be something," Brando explained in a low voice. He knew that Scarlet's vision was no different from that of an ordinary person. In this environment, it was difficult to see far away. Although there was an illuminating crystal, the light was too bad. He pulled out his sword with one hand and slowly walked over with the girl. Finally, he saw that it was a person lying on the ground. It seemed to be a miner here. He carefully looked at the person and did not find any obvious wounds on his body. "He's not dead yet." Scarlet looked at the person and immediately judged. Brando also saw that the person's chest was rising and falling slightly. It seemed that he had just fainted. He nodded and tried to shout, but did not wake up. So he pulled out the cork on the water bag and flicked some water on the person's forehead. Considering that they did not know how long they would be trapped underground, and the amount of fresh water they had with them was limited, Brando subconsciously lightened his movements. Fortunately, his method worked quickly. The miner didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he quickly blinked and woke up. But as soon as it opened its eyes and saw the two of them, it subconsciously shrank back and crashed into the cold rock wall. Brando looked at his uneasy expression and hurriedly said, "We are also from here. You don't have to worry." The miner was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He took a deep breath and looked at the two of them carefully before he calmed down and asked, "Are you in charge? Supervisor? Or are they from the guards?" He saw Brando's sword and Scarlet's halberd. In this mine, only the supervisors and soldiers would carry weapons, but Brando and Scarlet were not wearing the guard's uniform, so they looked more like the latter. "We are from the guards." Brando knew that the miner knew almost every foreman, so he answered. The man was obviously relieved, but he quickly became nervous again. "Did you also encounter a monster?" He saw the blood on Scarlet's body. "Monster?" Brando looked back and exchanged glances with Scarlet. The monster here was probably the wind spirit spiders that he had summoned. But he frowned and asked, "What kind of monster?" Brando had used the wind spirit spiders to scout the way on the third floor, but Brando instinctively felt that things were not that simple. "Stone statue, a monster that looks like a stone statue." Martha above. "A monster that looks like a stone statue?" Scarlet squatted down beside Brando and asked softly. "Stone statue?" Brando thought that there were many monsters in Wonde in the form of rocks, and the typical ones were the gargoyle sentinels and war golems made by the Buga wizards. But considering the environment here, it was more likely that it was a stone elemental. Brando thought for a moment and comforted the miner, "Don't be afraid. We are here. Slowly think about what the monsters looked like. Were they humanoid? Or were they beast-shaped?" The miner took a deep breath and said, "They looked like beasts, but they were all made of rocks." "Sir, I swear I didn't see wrong." "Beast-shaped? Did they have wings?" "No." The miner answered without hesitation. Brando was puzzled. He had never heard of such monsters in the form of rocks. Although there were many kinds of monsters in Wonde, most of them could be traced back to their origins. For example, monsters in the form of soil and rocks were either magic golems or related to the earth elemental world. But except for the gargoyle sentinels, beast-shaped monsters were very rare. The creatures in the earth elemental world were mostly insect-shaped. But when he saw that the miner was suspicious again, he quickly calmed him down and asked, "Is there anyone else here other than you?" He knew that the miners usually entered the mine in groups. The miner gulped as if he just remembered something. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes," he said, "I came with my group, but we were separated when we encountered the monsters." He could not help but look into the depths of the cave and said with uncertainty, "I don't know where they went. I don't know if they are still alive." The monsters might have gone after them. He seemed to be relieved, but he was also a little scared. Right, the miner suddenly remembered something. Lord Mayhan is here too. Lord Mayhan? You don't know him? The miner was slightly stunned. He is the foreman of this area. I heard that he used to be in the army. His swordsmanship is very good. When the earthquake started, he said that he would go to the front to take a look, and then the monsters appeared. Brando was speechless. He almost let the cat out of the bag when he asked. Fortunately, the miner was not very vigilant when he saw his own people. But Scarlet frowned slightly. Didn't the collapse start in an instant when the earthquake started? Also, why did he go to the front to take a look? As someone who became a mercenary at a very young age, her way of thinking was much sharper than Brando's. Brando heard her and reacted, "You're right. Shouldn't he be looking for a safe place to hide?" No, the miner quickly waved his hand. The earthquake wasn't that bad at first, and the rock layer below is relatively sturdy, so the collapse wasn't that bad. The thing is, the earthquake came from the south. Didn't you feel it? The earthquake came from the south. This unexpected information made Brando react. It seemed that his guess was not far from the truth. There was indeed something incredible that was dug out from the Schaflund mine. But even though he did not know them, he was still worried for Cohen and the other youths. They must be dead by now. Brando could not help but sigh. "It doesn't seem to be an earthquake," Scarlet whispered, "my lord." Brando had already made up his mind to go to the front to take a look. Even though the silver legacy was not as rare as the golden apple, it was still a rare item. But with such a valuable reward, the mission would not be so simple. He suddenly interrupted Scarlet and put a finger to his lips. Shoo, the tunnel quieted down, and only the miner's heavy breathing could be heard. But soon, Scarlet and the miner heard a rustling sound coming from the south. It was as if something was moving close to the ground. "They're here." The miner's face turned pale in an instant. But Brendel put down his sword with some doubts in his heart. There were many things coming, but these slightly heavy footsteps didn't sound like they were anything powerful. But soon, the monsters that the miner spoke of appeared one by one. The first to appear was a gray-white feline. It gracefully stepped into the light of the illuminating crystal and stared at Brando with a pair of eyes that looked like gray gemstones. No, it should be said that it was a pair of gray gemstones. This was because the slender feline was actually a stone statue. A living stone statue with gray crystals as its eyes. Brando immediately understood when he saw this thing. It was not a monster in the form of a rock. It was a summoned creature. To be more precise, it was a creature formed from the earth elemental. As for what form it took, it was entirely up to the summoner's will. But Brando was slightly taken aback. There's an elven summoner down there? This thought flashed through his mind. Or is there something controlling these creatures unconsciously? It seemed that the latter possibility was much more obvious. But if it was a piece of equipment with self-consciousness, even if it had no intelligence, it would be at least fantasy level or above. And it might even be an extremely high fantasy level. When Brando thought of this, he suddenly burst into tears. He thought that since he came to this world, he could finally see high-level equipment for the first time. As he thought of this, more and more felines appeared in the darkness. There were more than 10 of them, and there were a few pairs of shimmering eyes swaying beyond the boundary of light. More than 20 rock panthers had formed a semicircular encirclement around them. Brando did not panic at all. He stepped forward and put down his sword. "Stay back, Scarlet." Scarlet grabbed the miner, who was so scared that his legs went soft and was about to roll and crawl away. Then she turned back and nodded at Brando, and obediently stepped back a little. She knew that she did not have any power now. At most, she relied on her strength as an oracle to be slightly stronger than ordinary people. If she stayed on the front line, she could only interfere with Brando's actions. However, although she had lost her power, her vision was still there. She had already seen that these big rock panthers did not seem to be a threat, especially to Brando. On the 19th, my relative is getting married. I'm not sure if I'll be updating, but I'll make up for it if it's missing. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 295. However, Scarlet could understand the other party's strength, and this miner was different from them. As soon as he was caught by Scarlet, he couldn't help but scream in fear, "Let me go. You guys run too, those things are very powerful, they're invulnerable." He had seen his companions use their pickaxes to fight back against the monsters. Even if they used all their strength, they could only leave a shallow white mark on the monster's body. And when the monsters retaliated, their claws could easily crush half of a person's body. That nightmarish scene was still fresh in his mind. But before he could finish his sentence, the second half of his sentence was stuck in his throat. In his dark brown eyes, Brendel lightly swung his sword to the right, and the rock panther that was about to attack them was sliced into two like tofu. The two halves of the rock panther's body crashed heavily into the side of the cliff and shattered into pieces. The miner was dumbfounded. He pointed at Brando, looked at Scarlet, and then at the young man. He stuttered for a moment, unable to form a complete sentence. "Stop arguing." Scarlet impatiently slapped his hand away, but she also looked at Brando. When she saw Brando attack, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "My lord's swordsmanship has improved again." Brendel's swordsmanship had indeed improved, and he only realized this after he dismembered the rock panther that was not even at the iron rank level. He opened the interface and found that the suffix behind his military swordsmanship had changed to +2. Although he didn't know how this +2 came about, it probably had something to do with Coden, the guard captain of the mine. He must have missed the system notification when he was buried by the rocks and passed out. Brando couldn't help but feel a little surprised and happy. Although it wasn't like the game didn't have examples of players receiving bonuses by experiencing the swordsmanship of high-tier NPC swordsmen, it wasn't much different from completing a swordsmanship quest. All the conditions had to be met. And the conditions were usually much harsher than the quest. Just like the last time when he comprehended his grandfather's swordsmanship in Brendel's dream. Firstly, it was because Sophie's soul had a high enough understanding of swordsmanship. Secondly, it was because Brendel and his grandfather were inextricably linked. Coupled with the fact that he had surpassed himself, it was natural for his swordsmanship to improve. But this time, it was a little strange. Of course, before Brando could finish thinking, another rock panther pounced on him. Brando instinctively swung his sword and sent it flying, but he was starting to get impatient with these annoying little things. He took a step back and directly charged into the encirclement. This time, the miner's expression not only froze, but he also fell to the ground. He didn't know there was such a powerful swordsman in the garrison. The illuminating crystal in Brendel's hand drew a bright arc in the dark underground tunnel. In the next moment, several rock panthers were cut in two. When the silver mine earthquake happened, Shaflun town was the first to receive the news. The edge of the earthquake affected the town, and the people standing on the street could feel the ground shaking. The shop owners on both sides of the street immediately pressed down on their plates to prevent them from falling to the ground and shattering. Of course, losses were unavoidable. For example, the owners of several pottery shops cursed. But the wider impact was that the news of the mine earthquake quickly spread throughout the town. Most of the women, children, and elderly living here had relatives who worked in the mines, so a sense of panic quickly spread. The rumor spread like wildfire in the town, and it didn't take long for the Roman girl to hear about it. In fact, the merchant girl stayed in her room and tried on the long dress that Brando gave her. It was something that Brando saw by chance in town, and it looked like a maid's outfit. He then remembered that he didn't give anything to the Roman, so he bought it with an ulterior motive. Of course, although his motive was a little dark, the Roman liked it very much. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that she was trying on clothes when the earthquake happened and bumped her head into the mirror frame, resulting in a red and swollen bump on her forehead, this incident would have looked even more perfect. The Roman was dizzy from the impact, but she was very curious. She immediately got up and rushed out of the door to ask the two angels what happened. The two angels naturally said that they didn't know anything. In the end, the merchant girl received accurate information from the innkeeper. There was an earthquake in the mine. Roman blinked his eyes. After carefully considering what the so-called earthquake was, he immediately became worried. She thought for a moment and made a serious decision. "I'm going to find Brando," she said to the two angels seriously. "Both of you will come with me." "Miss Roman, Master will not agree to such a thing," the first angel replied. "Master ordered us to stay in this inn until he returns. You are not allowed to run around." The second angel's words were obviously much more direct. "Besides, we are still fine. This means that Master is fine," the first angel advised. The Roman said in a methodical manner, "Brando is fine now. That's why we have to help him. Maybe he is trapped underground." If Brando knew that the Roman's words would come true, he would probably teach her a lesson. He would tell the merchant girl that since she knew that she had a crow's mouth, she shouldn't speak carelessly. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Therefore, the merchant girl was still very lively for the time being. However, the two angels didn't agree with her idea. They shook their heads and agreed that the merchant girl's idea would have a better future in a more meaningful field. For example, writing fairy tales. The Roman merchant girl knew that her request was rejected, but she wasn't discouraged. In fact, she didn't even know how to write the word discouraged. Not long after, the two angels who were doing their duty heard a loud shout coming from the room. Thinking that it was better to be safe than sorry, they rushed in at the first moment, only to see little Romaine wearing a long purple dress, her head covered in a blanket as she rolled around on the bed. In other words, she was acting like a spoiled child. When she felt the two angels rushing in, she lifted a corner of the blanket and peeked outside. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "I want to go to the mine." The unspoken message in his eyes was, "Otherwise, I'll make a scene for you all to see." The two angels looked at each other and shrugged. They closed the door and left without saying a word. After repeating this for 2 or 3 times, they gradually learned to turn a blind eye to the merchant girl's strange behavior. "His lordship told us not to make a fuss over nothing. It seems that it makes sense," the first angel said to his companion when he heard the merchant girl rolling around on the floor for the umpteenth time. "His lordship is always farsighted. I can see that he knows the Roman girl very well." The second angel nodded. "His lordship likes the Roman girl very much." The two angels finally reached a consensus. But what they didn't know was that the merchant girl, who was full of strange thoughts, was changing her clothes. When she noticed that Brando's 2 detestable subordinates were no longer surprised by her behavior and wouldn't enter the room no matter what they heard, she revealed a cunning smile. She methodically began to carry out her plan. She had changed into the usual traveler's clothing. She wore a pair of very fluffy pumpkin trousers and pointed leather boots, which made her look extremely comical. But when paired with the merchant lady's temperament of looking left and right, it complemented each other and made her look unusually cute. Then she put all her strange things into a small backpack, pulled up the bedsheet, opened the window, and jumped out. She even made a funny face at the door. But unfortunately, the merchant girl had thought of everything, but she neglected the most important point. She grabbed the bed sheet with one hand and carefully stepped on the tiles below with her little leather boots as she prepared to slide to the street behind the inn. Suddenly, she noticed a problem. The bed sheet wasn't long enough. Little Roman grabbed the bedsheet and swung back and forth in the air. His flat and smooth forehead was a little shiny. It seems like I've met with a little trouble," she thought. The old dwarf, Odom, was passing through the alleyway as usual to enjoy his afternoon ale at the Trout in the Forest. When he raised his head, he saw this strange scene. At first, he thought that he was still asleep, so he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Then, he finally confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. There was a girl wearing baggy pumpkin shorts holding a bedsheet and swinging it over her head not far away. The old dwarf lowered his head and thought about whether it was a carnival or something similar. However, he could not remember whether the last festival was the Midsummer Festival or the Harvest Festival. He sighed at how his memory deteriorated so quickly when he got old. Then, he remembered that the last festival had been a few weeks ago, and the next one was still a month or two away. He thought that he must have entered the wrong place. Or maybe there was something wrong with the way he entered the alleyway. However, he immediately realized that it was the window at the back of the Trout in the Forest Inn. Wasn't it? Thinking until here, the old dwarf finally woke up from his dazed state. He raised his head and stared at the young girl who was swaying in midair. He used his hand to support his chin and asked, "Little girl, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, old man. The bed sheet is too short." That was the Roman's first answer. "On the 19th, my relative is getting married. I'm not sure if I'll be updating, but I'll make up for it if it's missing." To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 296. It took Odom quite a bit of effort to catch the little girl who was dangling in the air. Odom's face was stern and his thick eyebrows were almost knitted together. He kept grumbling that she was too daring and didn't care about the danger at all, and that she had caused a lot of trouble for an old man like him. But in the end, Odom still asked, "Little one, are you hurt anywhere?" "Ah." Descending from midair, little Roman patted his chest the moment his feet touched the ground. He exhaled deeply and said happily, "That's right. That was really dangerous." However, there was no trace of danger on her face. Instead, her little face was flushed red, and she had an excited expression on her face. Odom glanced at her and thought to himself, "So you know that it was dangerous." However, his next words were stuck in his throat as he heard Romain say excitedly, "How interesting." Odom's expression turned serious when he heard that and lectured her, "Little girl, it's not good to think that way. It's too dangerous. If I didn't come over, wouldn't you have been injured?" "Old man, you came over." The Roman replied as if it was a matter of fact. Odom scratched his head and thought that there was something wrong with that statement. So he continued to persuade her, "That's just in case. There's also what if, isn't there? Besides, little girl, what you're doing is causing a lot of trouble for an old man like me. Let's not talk about how you're delaying this old man's drinking time. My aunt says it's not good for your health to drink too much." The merchant girl took the opportunity to interject. The old dwarf suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why was this little girl's way of thinking so different from ordinary people? He began to wonder if it was a wise decision to save this little girl. Perhaps he should have pretended that he did not see anything and went back to drinking his wine. No, perhaps he should not have even raised his head. Odom was a little annoyed and quickly waved his hand. "That's not what we're talking about. Besides, a dwarf who doesn't drink can't be called a dwarf. Little guy, your aunt." The old dwarf thought for a moment and felt that it was not honorable to speak ill of someone behind their back, not to mention that the other party was a woman. So he changed his tune and said, "Anyway, one thing is another. You see, a normal person wouldn't swing around in the alley behind the inn while holding the bedsheets, right?" The old dwarf instructed. However, he subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with his words. But after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't find where the problem was. He could only shake his head and throw the strange thought away. But in his heart, he secretly thought that the good time of drinking in the afternoon seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Because the little girl had started chattering again. However, Odom did not realize that he had been diverted to her way of thinking, and it was up to her to use her rich experience to defeat the old dwarf. Roman thought for a while and nodded. You're right. But she frowned her pretty little eyebrows. But Roman has no choice. I'm also in a hurry to go to the mines. The old dwarf was stunned. Why are you going to the mines? He asked. Women aren't allowed to enter the mines. Because the person Roman likes is in the mines. There's an earthquake in the mines, and the Roman is very anxious. She looked at the dwarf and suddenly blinked. Oh right. Old man, can you bring Roman to the mines? You don't know the way? Odom's little eyes were wide open. I think so. She didn't seem to realize that this was a serious problem. It was obvious that she had once again committed the mistake of acting first and thinking later. Before she was ready to do this, she had already forgotten all the embarrassing things that had happened to her when she was young. There's a saying that a person can't make the same mistake twice in a lifetime, but our merchant lady clearly had the ability to make two identical mistakes in a variety of ways. But this time, Odom laughed. Of course, it was more accurate to say that the old dwarf was laughing out loud. He laughed heartily, laughing so hard that he almost fell down. As he laughed, he mumbled, "How interesting, how interesting. This is the first time I've heard of such a reckless plan. Even the most reckless mountain dwarves can't do this, little girl. Even the clumsy beast men have to plan thoroughly before they hunt." The Roman agreed, because the beast men have a saying, "Uimaus nemont." She stuttered as she read out the saying. It means that a smart hunter might not be smart. That's just a beast's cunning. The old dwarf immediately shook his head. No, who taught you that? It was my aunt. No, no. Odom felt that he had been tricked. What I mean is, these two things don't match at all. We're saying that a person shouldn't be too rash, and it has nothing to do with beast men being smart. He stroked his beard and suddenly frowned. Wait, what did you just say? There's an earthquake in the mines? Yes. Why didn't I know about it? The Roman looked at him with her big eyes. The old dwarf immediately realized that he had asked a silly question. But if the earthquake happened an hour ago, he should have been taking a nap then. In fact, Odom should have been in the mines, but he had missed the time to enter the mines because he was drunk. It was not the first time, but the old dwarf had helped the clerk of the mines solve some personal problems and won the young noble's trust. As for whether he had to work in the mines or not, the young noble did not care. There was no problem with having one more person or one less person in the mines. That was why Odom was too lazy to go to the mines and came to the trout in the forest for a drink. That was his goal as a dwarf. However, the little girl's words had piqued his interest. The old dwarf had always known that there was a secret hidden in the mines, and he had come here to wait for an opportunity after he found out about it. But what disappointed him was that ever since the workers of Schaflund mine dug through the tunnels that led to the Great Beehive and caused an accident, the tunnels no longer extended downwards, and the secret hidden in the Greyhar Mountains could only stay there quietly. Although the old dwarf had asked Perkins more than once if he could reopen the 5th level of mining, it was always put on hold due to safety concerns. The young clerk wasn't worried about the safety of the workers, but rather, he didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. But as time passed, Odom gradually became disheartened after coming to Schaflund for a few years. But at this time, his heart was moved again. The old dwarf muttered in his heart and looked at the little girl. All right, I'll bring you to the mines, but let me say this first, I understand. Little Roman replied in an extremely straightforward manner, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. But I'm not done yet. Yes. But I'll give the same answer no matter what you say, old man. So it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. You're a frank one. The old dwarf sighed, but you're quite likable. Looking at the little Roman girl, Odom could not help but think of the lively little girls back in his hometown. He grew up among the golden dwarves when he was young, and although his hometown was not as novel and varied as the humans, and they did not have excellent winemaking techniques, the dwarven girls were much more lively than the human girls. But this little girl made his eyes light up. Although he had a headache, she was to his liking. Of course, she was to his liking, but the old dwarf knew that if he let her do as she pleased, she would cause a lot of trouble for him. So he said as he walked, in any case, the 3 rules are very important. Do you understand, little girl? The little Roman nodded respectfully, but she immediately had a new question. But didn't you say that women can't enter the mines? Don't interrupt, little girl. Odom frowned. He obviously could not bring the Roman into the mines openly. In fact, even he could not enter the mines himself. But it did not matter. He had prepared for a long time for this plan, and some of the arrangements he had made beforehand could be put to good use. He had dug a secret tunnel outside the mines that led to the mines. Since he was the supervisor of the mines, no one would suspect anything if they bumped into him. As for the little girl, it was a little troublesome, but it was just a matter of putting on makeup. Yes, Romain followed up and asked, but old man, are the mountain dwarves all so rash? Old man, are you a mountain dwarf as well? Of course I'm not a mountain dwarf. Those rash fellows have nothing to do with me. The short and fat dwarf suddenly stopped and coughed heavily. Don't interrupt. Oh. The battle underground had come to an end. When the last rock beast was reduced to pieces, Brando found a few corpses of miners at the end of the tunnel. After the man identified them, he realized that they were the corpses of his former companions. After the miner who was saved by Brando saw the young man's strength, he was determined to follow them. Even when Brando advised him to hide in the safer 3rd level of the mine, the latter shook his head and refused. He felt that it was much safer to follow the 2 of them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 297. In fact, there was almost no loot from the previous battle. The EXP he gained was just some experience points. In fact, Brando found that he didn't gain much from killing monsters below the level of black iron, to be exact, monsters below level 15. This was exactly the same as his experience in the game. But he found a ring in the wreckage, an ogre ring. In the amber sword, equipment with the prefix ogre could increase the wearer's strength. In fact, this was a series of equipment, with a wide range of levels ranging from level 20 to 70. The lower ones were titled ghouls, while the higher ones were mostly prefixed with dragons. This ogre ring was the lowest of the bunch, at level 20, but it was far beyond Brando's imagination. In the game, there was less than a 1 in 1,000 chance that a level 15 monster would drop a level 20 magic item. Of course, the highest level on the list was a level 25 armor, which only had a 1 in 10,000 chance, or in the player's words, it was basically 0. But with Brendel's usual unlucky hand, he could not help but look at Scarlet a few more times when he received the ring. Could she also be the holder of the legendary Lucky Hand halo? Brando checked the attributes. The ogre ring increased the wearer's strength by 5%. Brando's strength was 73.4 ounces, and because of the implanted Ghost Knight's crystal and power burst, his strength was close to 100 ounces. This thing could increase his strength by about 5 ounces, which was better than nothing. But he already had the Ring of the Wind Empress, the Ring of Flame, the Ring of Secondary Snake, and the Ring of Warrior on his hand. Brando thought for a moment and was too lazy to change, so he simply threw the ring to the red-haired girl behind him. Scarlet took the ring and was slightly stunned. I don't have any strength again. She whispered, a little puzzled. That's only temporary, Brando replied. It won't be long before you recover. Really? Her amber eyes suddenly lit up. Brando looked back at the girl, slightly silent, but finally nodded. When have I ever lied to anyone? Of course it's true. Scarlet's face revealed an extremely happy expression. However, this red-haired young lady had a sharp sense that was unique to females. She sensed Brando's hesitation. She thought for a moment, blinked her eyes, and said, "Is it related to the blood of God, sir?" Brando nodded. Actually, it's nothing. Scarlet wasn't worried at all. She smiled, compared to becoming a monster, I'm more worried about losing my power. At least then, I can still fight for my lord. Shoo! Brando put a finger to his lips and gestured to the back. The miner still followed them at a distance, and, of course, did not hear what was said between them. Scarlet nodded and put the ring on her index finger. She was so careful, as if she was protecting a treasure. Actually, you don't have to be so careful. This thing isn't worth much. It's just a magic item. Brando couldn't help but remind him. But Scarlet smiled and replied, yes, but as a gift, the meaning is very different. Brando was stunned. The young lady had already changed the topic. She looked at the surrounding rock walls and asked in a low voice, Sir, do you think the earthquake has anything to do with these monsters? Brando nodded. Did the earthquake cause these monsters to appear from underground? Scarlet asked again. I'm afraid it's the opposite. The opposite? The mercenary was slightly stunned. How can such weak monsters cause an earthquake? Weak? Brando shook his head. That was only temporary. If this quest really involved a silver legacy, then it was hard to say what they would encounter later on. With this thought in mind, they gradually went deeper into the fourth layer of the mine. Soon, Brando found Mahan's corpse at a corner. Not far from the left side of the supervisor were two incomplete rock leopards. There were obvious sword wounds on their bodies that killed them. It was obvious that Mahan had fought with these beasts when he was alive, but he could not escape death in the end. Brando checked the man's wounds. The fatal wound was on his neck. According to his judgment, Mahan should be at least at the level of a black iron, but the wound left behind by the attacker was very clean. It was obviously a one-hit kill. For this to work, the attacker's strength must be far greater than the victim's. This meant that there were more powerful monsters here. Brando was not the only one who saw this. Scarlet also saw this. She did not say a word, but her face became solemn. When the miner saw the supervisor's corpse, he trembled and fell to the ground. He was scared out of his wits. In his mind, these foremen were usually high and mighty existences. But when they turned into cold corpses, it made him feel like he could die at any time. He almost lost control of his emotions and could not help but scream. Brando had no choice but to use the secondary snake ring to paralyze him so that he would not attract more monsters. It was not easy to wait for the miner to calm down before they could continue moving forward. Brando observed the surroundings and decisively chose a tunnel to the north. If he remembered correctly, this should be the place where he separated from Cohen and the others. But this time, the three of them did not move for long before two groups of rock leopards surrounded them from all directions. These rock beasts quietly came from the shadows, and there seemed to be more and more of them. Brando used two of his swords, but he gradually began to realize that these rock leopards seemed to be endless. Scarlet seemed to have noticed this at the same time. She whispered from behind, My lord, we have to find a way to leave this place. Brando nodded, but his plan was slightly different from the mercenary girls. He knew that if it was a normal person here, they could only sit and wait for death. And if it was a mercenary with some ability, they would probably make the same choice as Scarlet. But he was different. He was a player. Continuously, killing monsters like this was an extremely abnormal phenomenon in the game. He immediately calmed down and based on his experience, he looked for the leader hidden among the low-level monsters. Sure enough, he soon saw a cat with a smooth surface like black jade flash through the darkness. Although it was only a glimpse, Brando could already tell that it was at least a mid-level iron rank. It was not black jade, but obsidian. This was the guy he was looking for. The young man immediately slashed the small fries blocking the way and took the lead to chase after it. But what surprised Brando was that when he showed hostility, the thing's reaction was shockingly fast. Before he could swing his sword, the black leopard had already turned around and disappeared into the darkness. The obsidian rock leopard's speed was extremely fast, even far exceeding its strength. Brando's charge skill had not even begun to charge, but the creature had already disappeared without a trace after turning a corner. It was not just the beast. Brando immediately noticed that the low-level rock leopards around him retreated like the tide. He stopped in shock, but the monsters around him suddenly disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Brando did not think that it was because of his overbearing aura that scared the monsters away. Elemental creatures did not have emotions at all. They only had the basic ability to make logical judgments. The mine tunnel became empty. What was that? Scarlet and the miners saw the monster that disappeared in a flash. When Brando stopped, they immediately chased after him and asked, "Leader?" Brando replied, "Leader refers to the leader of a group of monsters, but here it is the summoner's eyes." The same goes for elven messengers, beast summoners, and even necromancers. No matter how powerful a spellcaster is, they can't control an entire army by themselves. They need lower-level spies to control those summoned creatures that only have the lowest intelligence. For example, low-level necromancers and skeletons. It's the same here. He pointed to the depths of the mine tunnel and said, "But I don't know how big this summoning network is. If the black jade-like leopard is the highest level of this network, then it's easy to deal with. What if it's not? Then it's troublesome," Brando said as he walked deeper into the tunnel. But Scarlet seemed to be a little worried. She felt that everything underground was strange. Although this lord seemed to know what was going on, she did not like the feeling of being shrouded in the unknown. She thought for a moment and could not help but say, "My lord, let's go back to the third level first. Isn't our goal to find the guard captain and take control of the silver mine? Why do we have to make things difficult for these monsters here?" Brando shook his head. "It was like that at first, but Scarlet, it's different now." "Different again?" Scarlet was stunned. Brando nodded. The value of a silver legacy was much higher than the entire silver mine. It was like using a gold mine to exchange with Brando's golden apple. Brando would never do such a stupid thing. But he did not explain much and walked deeper into the tunnel. But before he took 2 steps, he made a soft sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Scarlet asked from behind. "Come and take a look at this," Brendel said as he turned the corner. The red-haired girl limped forward with the help of the lightning spear, but as soon as she turned the corner, she was stunned. Behind the corner was a vast space, but at this moment, it was as if a terrible storm had happened here. To be more precise, under the dim light of the illuminating crystal, there were pieces of the rock leopard in the mine. There were even some black jade-like pieces scattered among the gray rocks. Needless to say, these were the remains of another kind of monster. Brando raised his head and looked into the depths of the cave. "It seems that someone got here before us. A powerful guy," he said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation to be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Chapter 298. The underground world was shrouded in boundless darkness, and the long tunnel was silent. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the underground water seeping into the rock layer above and dripping to the ground. This kind of voice only rang out once in a long time in the depths of the abyss where one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Medisha had to stop and rest after driving away a large number of uninvited guests from the underground. Even though she was a ghost, it did not mean that she did not know fatigue. The activity of the soul fire restricted the movement of undead creatures to a certain extent. However, she didn't need any light. In the darkness, a faint fluorescent light was hidden in her pupils, allowing her to see very far in the dark. The silver fairy princess did not sit down, but leaned against the wall to rest with her spear in one hand. Her body was surrounded by the fragments of the rock leopard, and these incomplete corpses were scattered far away. Unlike Brando, she was attacked almost as soon as she entered this level. She had killed a bloody path to reach this place. After a moment of silence, the silver fairy princess asked the other side of the darkness, "Is there an elevator here?" Medisha was not alone in the darkness. The only sound came from the other side of the tunnel. "Yes," that voice replied. But Medisha was not at ease. Just as she finished speaking, she put her hand on her spear and looked in the direction she came from. But just as she turned her head, her face lit up with joy and she shouted, "My lord!" It was Brando and Scarlet who came. They raised the illuminating crystals in their hands and shone the light in their direction. When they saw Medisha, they were not too surprised. They had followed the traces left by the Silver Elf Princess all the way here. Brando was not too surprised when he discovered that the so-called powerful person might be Medisha. There were only a few of them in the underground, and if it was not the Silver Elf Princess, Coden, and even Yuta did not have the strength to do so. But when they saw the other person in the illuminated area, they were stunned. "Medisha?" Brando asked, "This is?" He looked at Coden, who was sitting on the ground without saying a word. He was a little confused. The previously majestic old man was now in a sorry state. His forehead, face, and blue-gray uniform were covered in blood, and his gray hair was a mess. "Mr. Coden is injured," Medisa replied. This elven princess was smart enough to stop there, but there were still many things that she did not say out loud. But she knew that Brando would understand what she meant. The old man snorted, "I am a captive, what is there to hide? But this little girl saw that my old bones still have some use, so she signed a non-aggression agreement. But she's very respectful to you, boy. She said that the final decision is in your hands, my lord. Tell me, do you want me to kill you or cut you up?" Although he said that, he couldn't help but curse the fairy princess for being so cunning. When the tunnel collapsed, everyone's first reaction was to protect themselves. It was as if it was an instinct to save their own lives. Even gold-ranked existences like them were no exception. But Coden didn't expect that not everyone present was a living being. When the landslide happened, Medisha's first reaction was not to retreat to a safe place, but to attack him while the rocks were falling. This was a suicidal attack. Even someone as calm as Coden couldn't help but jump in fright. However, a battle between gold-ranked existences could be decided in the blink of an eye. Although Coden was much stronger than Medisha, he had used all his strength to chase after Brando, and he wasn't prepared for the landslide. In the end, he was heavily injured by Medisha. In the end, if it wasn't for this little girl pulling him out of the rubble, he would have died in the mine. But even so, he couldn't help but admire Medisha's courage. If it was him in that situation, he wouldn't have made the same choice. No matter what the reason was, Coden, as a veteran soldier, had nothing to say about being defeated on the battlefield. But if he knew that Medisha was just a spirit, he would probably regret underestimating her. Hearing his words, the young man nodded and asked, "Promise?" Mr. Coden promised to lead me to you and return to the surface. He is very familiar with the terrain here. He knows where the tunnels are, where it connects to the next level, and where it can be opened without causing a large-scale collapse. Medisha explained in detail. Although she was speaking in Cruz, it was as if she could naturally sing an elvish aria. "My lord, there is an elevator not far from here. It leads to the main tunnel on the 3rd level. There are many tunnels leading to the surface, so it shouldn't be blocked." She smiled. "If it wasn't for Mr. Coden, I wouldn't have been able to find this place so quickly." Brando knew that she was talking about the elevator that Cohen and the others came down from. He remembered that the tunnel was very large, with 3 wooden tracks. He nodded and looked at Coden. "What is his condition? Let Mr. Coden tell us." Coden glanced at Brando. "Boy, I know what you're planning to do. Originally, as a prisoner, I had nothing much to say. Now, you can naturally take over this place as you wish. It will take at least a month, and at most 3 months. Lord Paulus won't notice any clues." He paused for a moment. "My condition is simple. I don't want to end up like Groudon." "He knows?" Brendel's heart skipped a beat. The riot in Abes could not be kept a secret, but not everyone knew about Groudon's death. It was common knowledge that a riot in Erewhon's territory was not a big deal, but other than a few unlucky ones, no one had ever heard of a lord with real power being killed in a riot. Therefore, after the riot in Abes, most people guessed that Groudon had escaped through a secret tunnel. Only a few of the higher-ups in Brendel's organization knew that Grodin could not be more dead. Brendel looked at Coden deeply. If the outside world knew about Grodin's death, then the situation would be completely different. Lord Paulus might not be able to wait and send out his troops, and Count Randner might not give Tonagel enough time to deal with the problem himself. If the old fox sensed that his territory was in danger of being separated, he would send out his army in less than 2 weeks. Brando hoped that the news would not be balanced to buy time. If Count Randner did not know whether Grodin was dead or not, then he would be inclined to let his useless son deal with the problems in his territory. At that time, they were just a bunch of rioters in the eyes of the nobles. Rioters were nothing to be afraid of, and Grodin had many retainers under him. But with Grodin's death, this small rebellion was treated as a rebellion. Even though he knew that he was starting a rebellion, even if it wasn't to divide Awen, his actions were seen as a serious challenge to the rules of the game in the eyes of the nobles. According to Brendel's plan, Count Randner would only realize this after Lord Maxon and Lord Paulus were defeated. Brendel still had 1 or 2 months before that. Coden seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The old man smiled mysteriously. "You don't have to worry, it's just a rumor. But when I see you all here, I'm 80% sure that the people in Ferber aren't rioters." Coden shook his head, "But I don't know if it's you or me who's crazy. Ever since the year of the Zither, Erewhon hasn't had a rebellion for almost 100 years. Brando nodded. The year of the Zither was the era of Hesse I, who was nicknamed the King of the Roads. He was the most notorious king in Erewhon's history, and one of the last rulers of the Cipher dynasty. This nickname came from the fact that he organized an army to rob all the merchants who passed through Erewhon, regardless of whether they were local or foreign. He openly declared that all property in Erewhon's territory belonged to him, and all merchants who traveled on the roads had to pay him 2/3 of the value of their goods. This act of his angered everyone except for him. In the end, Hesse I was ousted from the throne after only 3 years. He was the only king in Erewhon's history to die in the hands of the angry people. Of course, from His Majesty's performance, it could be seen that the people of Awen were in dire straits at that time. That was the darkest era in Erewhon's history. If not for the rise of Madara, the current Erewhon would not have been as chaotic as it was then. That was also the era in Erewhon's history when uprisings, riots, and rebellions were the most frequent. In Won's world, it was rare to see the word uprising in the history books. But perhaps this was the so-called power and fortune of the nation. Madara had to borrow Awen's strength to rise, so the Corvado dynasty was able to rise under the same circumstances. But under better conditions, Princess Griffine's reforms failed. But Brando did not have time to sigh. He shook his head and said, "This condition is too vague. We can coexist peacefully here, but once we leave the underground and reach the surface, how can we guarantee that you won't run away and spread the news?" It was not unreasonable for him to think this way. If it was the subterranean dwellers, he could ask Tajiv to swear to their gods. But humans were probably the least religious people in the world. Although they often talked about Lady Martha, even if they swore to Martha, most of them would not take it seriously. Brendel was a human himself, so he knew this better than anyone else. But Coden shrugged and said, "This old man is seriously injured. I can't run away even if I want to. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, there are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 299. Brando smiled. "You might not be able to escape now, but that might not be the case in the future. Once you recover your strength, no one will be able to stop you." There were some things that he did not say. Brando could not possibly leave 2 gold-ranked warriors in the mines just to watch over one person. Coden placed a hand on his sword, but he quickly let go. The old man could sense that the young man was interested in his suggestion, or else he would not have said so much to him. "If that's the case, what do you think we should do?" Brando pondered for a moment and asked, "What's the name of the clerk in the mines?" Coden was stunned. He could not keep up with Brendel's thoughts. He didn't understand why the topic was brought up to the noble clerk, but he still replied, Perkins. Perkins from the Cykerville family? You know him? Coden narrowed his eyes. He instinctively sniffed out Brendel's identity. It was likely that he was a young noble. After all, a normal person would not have such a clear understanding of the nobles. It was just like how a well-informed person in the capital might know the names of the nobles above him, but outside of Corvado, he might not know the nobles in the other provinces. However, Perkins was the nephew of Count Randner's wife, and belonged to the same class as Grodin in the Randner province. It was impossible for Brando not to have heard of him. Even though Perkins was not famous in this era, the players would have to deal with the young nobles as the old nobles gradually aged and passed away. Brando remembered that Perkins was the lord of the Silman region, but he did not expect him to be the clerk of the Schaflund mines. He immediately realized that the silver mines were Count Randner's confidant, and it was possible that Perkins had gained the Count's trust from there. He cursed in his heart. This kid's bright future is going to be ruined because of my actions. But, in the spirit of not letting his friends die, he had no choice but to say, sorry, in his heart. I heard that he's a decent guy. Brendel asked in a roundabout manner. That's a nice comment. Coden raised his eyebrows. It would be better to say that he's as timid as a mouse and mediocre. He didn't hold back at all as he mocked. Perkins had destroyed a squad of his subordinates, and this old man was still brooding over it. You nobles just love to say nice things. After saying that, he looked at Brando provocatively. Brando didn't care about Coden's probing. He was just pondering in his heart. According to Coden's evaluation of Perkins and his understanding of Perkins, that young clerk would do everything he could to suppress the chaos in the mines for the sake of his own future. He definitely wouldn't send someone to inform Lord Paulus. This way, they would have plenty of time to search for the path to the surface. Whether or not the elderly swordmaster would lead the way wouldn't affect his plan at all. But when he looked at Coden, he had another idea. He didn't want a gold-ranked expert to return to Count Randner's hands, but it was a problem to keep him here. Coden didn't seem to be completely loyal to Count Randner, or else he wouldn't be here to negotiate with them. However, he still had the demeanor of a knight. It wouldn't be easy for him to surrender, especially when he didn't have the strength to do so. Brando thought for a moment and had a plan in mind. Then I'll have to trouble you to come back to Abes with us for the time being. After this period of time, I will naturally let you go. It will take at least a month and at most half a year. He didn't mind sending 1 or 2 gold-ranked experts to watch over the swordmaster in Abes. Half a year? Coden narrowed his eyes. If I don't appear in the mines for a long time, it will arouse suspicion. Aren't you worried that the news will be leaked? Brando thought that this old man was really cunning, but he had already considered this point. It's fine. Didn't you suffer heavy injuries in the earthquake? You'll need some time to recuperate, and I think Hawkins will understand. He purposely emphasized the words Hawkins will understand. Coden snorted in disdain. He knew why the clerk would understand. If he didn't, the young man would use his sword to make him understand. The clerk wasn't a tough nut to crack. He could imagine that if Brando threatened him, the clerk would cry and become their mouthpiece. The old man fell silent. It seems like you've made up your mind. But how can I guarantee that I can leave after a month or half a year? He asked again. Why should I guarantee that? Brando retorted. Coden was stunned. He raised his silver-gray eyebrows and glared at Brendel. But since I asked you to go to Abes, as long as you don't act rashly, I won't do anything unnecessary. Brando replied. I won't make unnecessary sacrifices. You're a veteran of the November War, aren't you? Life is precious, and the winner of a war is the one who survives. The old man snorted. You know very well that there are survivors of that war among your elders? Brando did not answer and only stared at the old man. The old man glanced at the ring on Brando's finger and remained silent for a while. He then asked, judging from your actions, you're planning to stay here for a long time. But I have to remind you that Count Randner will not allow a territory to be separated from his control, even if it's the most barren Tonagel. Are you prepared to face the wrath of a king? Other than Corvado, Erewhon was controlled by 13 vassals. These vassals included 6 dukes, 2 marquises, and 5 counts with special privileges. Their power was comparable to the royal family, and they were nicknamed the kings under the throne by the people. Among these kings, other than Duke Erek, Duke Vero, and Duke Cypher who were the strongest, the rest of them were on par with each other. Count Ranner was not the strongest among them, but he was not the weakest either. In Coden's opinion, Brando and the others were like ants trying to challenge a giant. They could be crushed at any time. However, Brando laughed and shook his head. You've got 2 things wrong. First, I knew what Count Ranner would do from the start. Second, Tonajul is not the most barren of lands. Coden looked at him deeply. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not necessarily the same, young man. I agree. Brando replied. Fine, I don't care what you think. The old man shook his head and stopped talking about it. He placed his hand on his sword once more. I still want a promise. Promise me that you will let me leave after at least half a year. You promise that you won't return to Count Ranner's side? I'm sorry, but I can't promise that. Coden replied firmly. Brando looked at him with admiration, but he did not refuse this time. He smiled. Fine, I promise. I don't need half a year, just 3 months. The old man was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Brendel in surprise. Brando smiled and did not explain. After reaching an agreement, Medisha was also done resting. She felt the soul fire in her body becoming active again, and they continued on their journey. At this time, Brando glanced at the miner behind them. In fact, when he found out that Brando and Scarlet were not part of the mine's garrison, but were traitors who wanted to go against Count Ranner, the poor man was terrified and almost wanted to run away. But he quickly calmed down. Compared to thinking about the future, the monsters that were lurking in the mines would immediately take his life. In the end, the man still followed them. But he met Scarlet, and after the red-haired girl threatened him fiercely, the miner had no choice but to bring his family to Ab's with him. During the conversation, Brando found out that the man had also learned some skills as a silversmith, so he decided to give him a job as an apprentice blacksmith. In comparison, this job was much safer than being a miner, and the benefits were much greater. In the end, the man still felt uneasy, but he could not help but look forward to it. With these thoughts in mind, he felt the people in front of him stop again. But this time, they did not encounter any monsters or people. Instead, there was no way out. To be exact, everyone saw a dark door not far from them in the mine tunnel. The door was tightly shut and sealed off the entire tunnel. Medisha and Scarlet could not help but stop and look at Coden. He said that this path could lead to the elevator. But when they saw the old swordsman's face, they could not believe what they saw. This is... Coden was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Scarlet frowned. Her voice was weak, but it was filled with suspicion. No, what's going on? Coden frowned and said to Medisha, Miss, can you help me over there to take a look? Medisha looked at Brando with a questioning gaze, and the young man nodded. He had been here before and knew that the old man was not lying. There should not be such a door in this place. He had a suspicion, but he still needed to confirm it. The Silver Elf Princess did as she was told, supporting the elderly Master Swordsman as they walked over. The Master Swordsman used his hand to feel the cold, heavy giant door as he muttered to himself, How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 300. My lord? Scarlet looked at Coden who was muttering to himself and asked in a low voice. Brando shook his head and signaled for her to calm down. The door must have appeared out of nowhere, and it might have something to do with the monsters. Sure enough, Coden suddenly stopped and whispered, There are words on the door. Everyone leaned over, and sure enough, they saw some strange patterns engraved on the black iron door. To be more precise, they were words. Brando saw the trapezoidal characters and immediately said, "It's the language of the dwarves. It's the dwarven language." Dwarven language? Coden frowned and turned his head. Why is there dwarven language here? Tonagel only has the hill dwarves, and they don't live underground. What about the grey dwarves and the iron dwarves? Medisha asked. The grey dwarves and the iron dwarves were both creatures that lived underground. The grey dwarves were close relatives of the alpine dwarves, while the iron dwarves were said to be descendants of the rune dwarves. But Brando shook his head. The grey dwarves and the iron dwarves both used the cuneiform script of Georgandy Ridge, and not the trapezoidal script of the dwarven language. In fact, the trapezoidal script was the official language of the dwarves. The cuneiform script was invented by the Dark Elves. Then who could it be? The Silver Elf Princess asked. Brando thought about the silver inheritance and suspected that it might be a branch of the silver dwarves that had disappeared. There were 3 silver dwarves, the storm dwarves, the rune dwarves, and the fire dwarves. Apart from the fire dwarves, who lived in the fire elemental world, this inheritance could be one of the first 2. But before he could speak, Scarlet pointed her lightning spear at the door, and a soft ding sounded from the darkness. The girl looked at the door and saw that it was as smooth as a mirror. There was not a single mark on it, which proved that the door was sturdy beyond imagination. She frowned and asked, "My lord, what is written on it?" "I don't know." Brando shook his head. "Boy, didn't you say it was the dwarven language?" Coden raised his eyebrows in annoyance. "How can you not know?" "I only know what the dwarven language looks like," Brando thought to himself. He was not in the amber space where the system could automatically translate. Here, he could only stare helplessly at these things. However, he walked over and placed his hand on the door. "However, I suspect that this is a barrier." Barrier? Was it a spell? Is it an illusion? The old man raised his silver-gray eyebrows. "There are other people underground?" He looked at Brando suspiciously. "You're not the only one here?" Brando shook his head. "This enchantment is not a spell. Wizard's magic is just using the laws of the world. However, in ancient times, enchantments were set up by the gods. These barriers themselves represent a kind of law." Coden did not understand, but Medisha's eyes widened. "Ancient heritage? My lord, are you saying that there's a sacred place behind this?" "It's not a holy land. I'm afraid it's a sanctum." Brando sized up the door. The entrance to a holy land could not be so small. It was like a valley in the land of the fairies, and it was large enough to accommodate 2 huge statues. However, if this was a sanctum used to store the silver legacy, then it made sense. The young man placed his hand on the cold iron door and closed his eyes, as if he could feel the thousands of years of history behind the door. At the same time, he asked, "Medisa, what is the ancient heritage of the Silver Elves?" The elven princess paused for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know. I've never been to the sanctum." When the War of the Holy Saints began, the Silver Elves had already left the sanctum for 10 generations. It was said that we could no longer find our way back. Brando shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not the case. The Silver Elves should have returned to the sanctum by now." "What is the name of your sanctum?" "Sanctum Silver Valley." Brendel nodded, but Scarlet asked in confusion, "My lord, this isn't the time to talk about this, is it? Shouldn't we find a way to open this door first?" "I'm trying," Brando replied. "Huh. For an ancient barrier, the door is a symbol of an entrance," Brando replied. "The meaning of an entrance is to enter. If you just want to go to the other side of the tunnel, you won't be able to open this door no matter what." "Enter? Enter where?" The red-haired girl was puzzled. "You'll know soon enough." Brando closed his eyes and thought "enter" in his heart. Then suddenly, everyone felt their vision go dark. But before the sound of panic could be heard, the light became bright again. To be exact, it became brighter. It was as if they had suddenly returned to the surface. Bright and dazzling light shone from the outside. Every pair of eyes that had adapted to the darkness could not help but squint slightly. The surroundings were snowy white, and their eyes hurt slightly. Scarlet and the miner subconsciously turned their heads. Only the stronger Coden and Medisha could stare at their surroundings. But the two of them immediately let out a low cry. The voices around them suddenly became louder. It was a tsunami of cheers that poured into everyone's ears like a tidal wave. And as everyone gradually adapted to the dazzling light and the deafening cheers around them, they looked up and finally saw everything around them. They remembered that they were still in the dark underground tunnel just a moment ago, blocked by a thick iron door. But now, they found themselves in a brightly lit square. Or worse. After looking a little further, everyone found that it was not a square at all, but a gladiator arena. They stood in the middle of the empty space, but there were towering walls and spectator seats in all directions. The spectator seats were full. Brando could not see the faces of the spectators against the bright light, but he knew that it was just a projection of a spell. A gap space. That was the content of this barrier. In terms of complexity, this dimension was far less mysterious than Fairyland, which existed in the crevice between space and time. It was merely a demiplane connected to the world of Vaughn's main material plane, a small subspace. But in terms of the sound and light effects, it was enough to make people dizzy. He could not help but think that it was that guy who designed all of this. "What is this place, my lord?" Scarlet finally calmed herself down, and could not help but ask in a trembling voice. She was still all right, but the miner was already paralyzed with fear. Medisha and the old man did not say a word, but the former was obviously calmer, while the latter was vigilant, with his hand on his sword. "The Arena of Destiny," Brando replied. "The Arena of Destiny? What is that?" Brando looked up. "Do you see that sword?" Following this question, everyone followed his gaze, and saw that in the middle of the arena, there was a stone tablet with a longsword stabbed into it. The black longsword reflected a layer of faint light under the dazzling light, but the shape of the sword was quite strange. It looked like a long sword, but it was as wide as a palm, and the blade was much longer than an ordinary long sword. It was better to say that it was a combination of a two-handed greatsword and a longsword. "What is that?" Coden looked at the sword, his eyebrows twitching. As an experienced swordsman, of course he could see that it was an excellent sword. "The Halran Gaia," Medisha replied. "I recognize this sword. It is the silver legacy of the Rune Dwarves." "Yes, this is the Halran Gaia. Legend has it that it is connected to the earth, and when it is swung, it will cause the earth to shake and mountains to collapse." Brendel knew the sword's other name. The players called it the Sword of Earthquake, because Halran Gaia's attack was accompanied by an earthquake spell that was equal to the damage of the sword itself. Earthquake was an area of effect spell, and its range was almost the same as the direction and range of the sword wind. Although it consumed mana, it was definitely worth it. This sword was a divine weapon for spellswordsmen. Even Brando could not help but move his fingers when he saw it. For a swordsman, this sword was too attractive. Not to mention, this sword also had a leadership attribute. The lead attribute usually appeared on equipment with obvious faction and attribute characteristics. For example, Halran Gaia's relationship with the earth element could be seen from its name, so it could lead elemental creatures. Brando finally understood where the stone leopards came from. Halran Gaia, the old man muttered to himself. Could this be the weapon of the giant Miguel? Brando nodded. Miguel was the most beloved son of Mother Earth, and the uncrowned king of the earth. In the legends, this sword was his scepter, and he used it to rule the earth. Of course, this was only a legend, but it made Brando's heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath and replied, "Those who come here will have the chance to obtain the sword through the challenge." He turned around and looked at everyone solemnly, "But there is a price to pay. If you fail, you will be turned into a stone statue and remain here forever. This is the meaning of the Arena of Destiny." In fact, Brando felt a headache coming on. The Arena of Destiny was one of the more difficult ancient quests. While he was having a headache, Coden asked, "How difficult is the challenge?" The old man looked at the sword and was a little tempted. Even though the old swordsman did not know where he was, but as the saying goes, the skilled are the bold. As a person who possessed the power of gold, he naturally would not be as scared as the miner who was still unable to utter a single word. Very difficult. Medisha replied, because this place exists between fantasy and reality, there is no limit to the difficulty of the challenge. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the words no limit. My lord, what about us? Scarlet asked. The elven princess shook her head again. There is no escape. Everyone has to challenge at least once before they have the right to leave this place. Everyone? The old man caught on to the word everyone. Yes, unless you are iron ranked or below. You can only challenge alone, and not together. Scarlet's face paled when she heard the answer. Then, if someone fails, what will happen? She was powerless now, and it was almost impossible for her to pass the challenge. You will be left here until the barrier disappears this time. You will be turned into a stone statue forever, Brando interrupted, but as long as someone is willing to take on another challenge and succeed, they will be able to save their companions. Don't worry, Scarlet. My lord. The red-haired girl was slightly startled. She understood the meaning behind Brando's words, and could not help but look at Brando with a complicated expression. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 301. But just as everyone was whispering to each other, a loud voice boomed from the arena, interrupting Scarlet's words. Mortals, welcome to the Hall of Heroes. The voice was cold and dignified, as if it was filled with an unstoppable power. You will challenge your own destiny here. Whether it is for survival, or to become the ruler of the land, then, lowly challengers, step forth. Let us witness the birth of destiny. His voice reverberated in the arena like rolling thunder, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Scarlet and Medisha turned to look at Brando, but Brando was observing the arena. He was trying to figure out what kind of challenges he might encounter. Destiny's arena had all sorts of monsters, but most of them were related to the environment of the arena. For example, in an ordinary arena like this, it was most likely that he would encounter powerful monsters on land or in the air. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the arena of the gods. The arena of destiny was one of the scariest arenas in the arena of destiny. Although the challengers weren't real gods, the creatures from myths and legends were enough to make one's scalp tingle. One by one, don't rush. I'll arrange the order. Brando looked at Scarlet. Scarlet, you and the miner will go together. None of you are iron ranked or above, so you can be counted as a group. It'll be easier for me to save you. Medisha was taken aback by Brando's words. She couldn't help but look at the red-haired girl in confusion. Who is she? I'll explain later, Brando replied. Old mister, you're next. What? Coden raised an eyebrow. Are you worried that I won't be able to pass? Brando shrugged and looked at Medisha. Medisha, come with me. Can I? You're a summoned creature, so you should be able to give it a try. Brando thought that if a summoned creature could enter the arena with him, then he would be able to pass the challenge. But before he could celebrate, the scenery in the arena changed. The fences on the walls rose, revealing rows of cages behind them. My lord. Suddenly, a person stood up from the cage. When she saw the others outside, she shouted anxiously, Medisa, Scarlet, I'm here. Brando's expression darkened when he looked over. The person in the cage was none other than the mercenary leader Yuta. Koan, Joka, and the rest of the people in the other cages also saw Brando. They all looked at him for help. Mister, can you help us? Joka shouted. Brendel did not say a word. He was not willing to help. He didn't mind, but if he wanted to help, he would have to go through at least 5 challenges. Based on this calculation, the highest level of challenge that he would face in the end would probably be the Mithril Sage. This was no laughing matter. From this point of view, the runic dwarves were clearly superior to the craftsmen of Bugha. This was one of their prides. Brando knew very well that it would be difficult for him and Medisha to deal with a gold pinnacle existence. Although it was not impossible for them to win with the help of the wind spirit spiders, the chances were too slim. For this reason, he could only remain silent. Then the young man waved his hand and said, "Xian, you go. Don't try to be brave, just admit defeat." "Commander Yuta, she." Scarlet whispered. "I'll save her," Brando replied. "Go." The red-haired girl nodded. She gripped her lightning spear with one hand and dragged the miner who had fainted with the other into the arena. The stadium immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Brando listened carefully for a while before he realized that the audience was shouting, "Burning Claw! Burning Claw!" Although he knew that this was just a product of fantasy and reality, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Are you afraid, Medisha?" He turned his head and asked. "My lord," Medisha smiled, "I'm an undead." Brando immediately felt his face heating up. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he saw a giant door slowly open on the opposite side of the arena, and a terrifying monster leaped out from behind it with countless chains dragging behind it. It wanted to pounce on the red-haired girl in the middle of the arena, but it was held back by the chains. After a series of clanking sounds, it was forced to stop 20 meters away from Scarlet and let out a low growl. "What is that?" The old swordsman stared at the monster and asked. Brendo looked at the monster that was almost 2 stories tall. Its 3 heads collided with each other, and a thunderous roar came from its throat. Once it entered the arena, the entire arena was immediately filled with a foul stench, the smell of sulfur. "Cerberus," Medisha answered. "The demons under the sulfur river used to follow the dark dragon," the silver elf said in a low voice. "I've dealt with them on the battlefield before. They're very difficult to deal with." "What battlefield?" Coden looked at the elven girl with some doubt. He wondered what kind of battlefield would they fight with such terrifying creatures. But Medisha turned her head and smiled at the veteran who had participated in the November War, the Battle of the Holy Saints. The Battle of the Holy Saints? Coden was stunned. He instinctively thought that the little girl was joking with him. No matter how he looked at it, Medisha was a cunning little girl. Fortunately, it's not a Cerberus lord. It has the strength of a silver-ranked monster. "As long as we're careful, we should be fine," Brando said to Coden. "Be careful of its breath." "Kid, are you reminding me?" The old swordsman was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "I just don't want to save one more person." "Humph, that's because you haven't seen my true strength, kid," the old swordsman said as he stroked the hilt of his sword. "You should worry more about yourself." Coden said with a sigh in his heart. In fact, the old swordsman had been unlucky since the beginning. When he was about to make his move, he was interrupted by the landslide. Then, he was caught off guard by Medisha's sneak attack and almost died in the mining accident. For an experienced gold-ranked swordsman like him, it was too embarrassing. Even though he was injured, dealing with a silver-ranked monster shouldn't be a problem for him. Moreover, in the same class, be it magical creatures, monsters, or low-level demons, none of them could compare to intelligent beings. That was because apart from absolute strength, they had far fewer skills. The old swordsman had already made up his mind to vent his anger on these small fries. He even turned to Brando and said, "Do you want me to help you save someone, kid?" "No need," Brando quickly shook his head, thinking that the old swordsman didn't know what was good for him. The difficulty level of the Arena of Destiny would increase with each round. This time, it was a 3-headed Cerberus. Next time, it might even be a mountain giant. Coden snorted softly, as if he was dissatisfied with Brando's disdain. "What's your name, kid?" he suddenly asked. Brando was staring at the arena. When he heard the question, he didn't even hesitate to answer, "Sue." "Brando." He suddenly realized something and stared at the old swordsman. "What's the matter, old man? Do you want to remember my name so that you can settle accounts with me in the future?" To his surprise, the old swordsman didn't glare at him. Instead, he repeated the name twice, Brando, Brando. Then he suddenly smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything else. Coden's reaction was completely out of Brando's expectations. He put his hand on his sword to prevent the old swordsman from acting rashly. After all, it wasn't a joke to cause trouble in the arena of destiny. Just as Brando was about to raise his guard, the situation in the arena changed. Scarlet immediately admitted defeat. Before the three-headed Cerberus could break free from its chains, a white light flashed and she was sent to a cage not far away. Scarlet. Yuta looked at her companion in shock. Scarlet red hair reminded her of her younger sister. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Why didn't you resist?" "I'm sorry, I'm injured." The red-haired girl replied with a gloomy expression. Yuta frowned, "But you don't know the rules here. Every additional person will make it harder for the others to save them." She sighed and said in a low voice, "But it's fine. Whether that young noble will save us is still a question." "Nobles won't put themselves in danger." Scarlet sat down in the corner of the cage in despair. Compared to herself, she was more worried about her mercenary group. If anything happened to her here, Cornelius and Rabin wouldn't be so polite. But while she was worried, Scarlet didn't say anything. She grabbed the bars and looked towards Brando's direction. She didn't know why, but she knew that Brando would save them. Not only her, but Yuta as well. At this time, Brando was looking at the old swordsman walking towards the arena with a solemn expression. Coden held his sword in one hand and stared at the three-headed Cerberus without fear. But when he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said to Brando, "Humph, arrogant Tobu's brat. I'll show you what true swordsmanship looks like. I'll show you how arrogant you are." When Brendel heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Tobuz was his grandfather's name. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 302. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized that Crone was a veteran of the November War. It was not surprising that he knew his grandfather. But Crone was born into a knight's family. The difference between him and his grandfather was like the difference between a nobleman and a commoner. How did they know each other? He decided to put this question aside for the time being. The battle had already begun, and the Cerberus seemed to be extremely displeased that its prey had disappeared from its sight. As soon as Crone stepped into the arena, the monster howled and struggled to break free from its chains. The chains that were as thick as a man's arm broke off one by one. "Damn it," Crone thought to himself. He pulled out his sword and threw the scabbard away. The monster that came from the Sulphur River was already charging towards him, dragging the broken chains behind it. Crone raised his eyebrows and raised his eyelids slightly. His dark gray pupils reflected the demon that was charging towards him. He took a step back with his right foot, raised his sword with both hands, and roared, "You're too weak." Scram! A clear shockwave suddenly erupted from Coden's body in all directions, and the Cerberus in the air was swept away. The speed of the shockwave was comparable to that of a wind bullet. The shockwave was like a sharp knife as it shot forward for about 100 meters before it gradually weakened and disappeared. But before that, the Cerberus had already crashed into the wall on the other side of the arena. With a loud bang, countless bricks collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Holy shit! Brando couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was a swordsman's blade burst. It was a type of swordsmanship. But to push the shockwave 100 meters away, how much did the core swordsmanship have to be? In the Amber Sword, all skills were divided into basic skills and skills. For example, White Raven swordsmanship and frontal assault relied on Brando's military swordsmanship. Power burst and charge relied on the three attributes of strength, constitution, and dexterity. The higher the level of the core swordsmanship, the stronger the constitution, and the greater the power of the skill. But at this stage, the blade burst had to be pushed 100 meters away. Brando had never heard of such a thing before. He remembered that he was around this level in the game when he was around level 80 to 90. Crone, on the other hand, was only level 45 at most. At this time, the Cerberus stood up from the rubble. It shook its 3 large heads, and sand and stones fell from its body and head. It looked like it was in a sorry state. But in reality, the Sulphur River demon wasn't seriously injured, especially when it hit the wall. If it was standing on the ground, it would have suffered a lot. But in the air, the resistance of the Cerberus was much lower. By the time it stood up, Coden was already right in front of it. The old man didn't use charge. Instead, he leaped across the sand like a bolt of lightning, covering a distance of 30 meters with each leap. Cerberus bared its fangs as it raised its head. Its big, will-like eyes had already caught sight of the approaching sword. There was no room for it to dodge. It didn't even have time to feel fear. With a loud bang, everyone saw the old man holding his sword with both hands, leaping high into the air and chopping down on the head of the demon that came from the Sulphur River. The tip of the sword went straight into the hilt and continued downward, splitting the huge head into 2. Crone landed on the ground and swung his sword to the side. Black blood splattered on the sand. However, he immediately retreated, avoiding the fate of being sprayed by the stinky black blood. The Cerberus couldn't withstand the force and fell to the ground. However, the ferocious beast didn't give up. When Crone retreated, its 2 remaining heads each spat out a pillar of fire. The Cerberus was prepared for this, but he didn't expect the pillar of fire to have such a long range. Like a flamethrower, the pillar of fire covered half of the field. He quickly rolled to the side, but his clothes, eyebrows, and beard were all burned off. This accident made him tremble in anger. The beard that he had painstakingly grown out was his most precious treasure. Crone roared and charged at the Cerberus. He punched the chin of the Cerberus' left head. Everyone heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. But this wasn't the end of it. The immense force lifted the Cerberus, which was as tall as a 1-story building, off the ground. The Cerberus' body weight was lifted by the Cerberus' left head. It was as if the Cerberus would fall back down and crush the Cerberus. However, Coden didn't move at all. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and swung his sword upwards from the hellhound's lower left hip, all the way to its upper right shoulder. With a loud tearing sound, the hellhound was split into 2 in midair. Black blood splattered and fell like raindrops. The 2 halves of the Cerberus body fell to the ground. There was a moment of silence. Yuta, who was locked in the cage, gasped. Fear flashed in her green eyes. Amazing, she wasn't the only one. The youths in the other 2 cages were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. The power of a gold-tier ranker was truly inhuman. When it was fully unleashed, it had an overwhelming impact. He's injured, Scarlet said, grabbing the bars with both hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Yuta nodded. She knew that it was difficult for her to understand, but Scarlet, who had experienced it firsthand, knew better than her. Meanwhile, Joka, who was in the other cage, was whispering to the skinny youth beside him. Cohen, do you think they'll save us? Joka asked. The skinny youth shook his head. It's hard to say. I don't think so. Mar looked outside with a complicated expression. Why would they save us? We're not related to them. Besides, this isn't a joke. What will happen to us? Joka asked. The skinny youth shook his head again. I don't know. We won't be locked up here forever, right? Some of the youths were already crying. Can't you think of a way, Cohen? Joka was getting anxious. He didn't want to be locked up here forever. I'll try. Cohen looked outside and answered. Who's going to help you? Joka asked. The captain of the guards, of course. I heard that no one in Tanajul is a match for him. Someone said. Everyone looked at Cohen, but the skinny youth didn't answer. He looked at the arena. Brendel was not surprised by Coden's victory. He was more surprised by the old man's injuries. Why would a gold-ranked swordsman need to go through so much trouble to deal with a Cerberus? He turned his head slightly. How badly did you hurt him? The strike of 1,000 armies. Medisha answered softly. The youth wiped the sweat off his forehead. What kind of monster was Coden? How could he survive a strike of 1,000 armies? But Medisha quickly added, I didn't hit him. He dodged it, but he was hit by the wind and hit a rock. I followed up with another attack and he surrendered. He didn't have a strong will to resist. Brando suddenly remembered that Coden had shouted for him to stop. He realized that Coden must have recognized him from the start. He rubbed his forehead. How did Coden recognize him? His swordsmanship wasn't the same as his grandfather's. After the November War, Erwin's swordsmanship was reformed, but it was simplified by the players. But he didn't have time to think too much about it. The battle in the arena began again, and the old man challenged him again. The three-headed Cerberus corpse disappeared in a flash of white light. A fence rose from the southwest, and a fully armored dwarf walked out from behind it. When the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard, the silver elf princess suddenly said, My lord, I know this person. Brendel looked at the dwarf who was covered in heavy plate armor and had a four-horned helmet on his head. He carried a warhammer that was almost half his size on his shoulder. The symbol of a burning fist was painted on the warhammer and said, That's right. That's right. That's right. I know him too. Lord Evalian. He's a very famous lord among the Grey Dwarves. He was once a slave of the Rune Dwarves. But this is only an illusion, not the real person. He added, he's about as strong as a gold-ranked dwarf. Coden is in trouble now. Medisha didn't answer. Instead, she looked at her master curiously. She knew that Brando was a planeswalker, but a planeswalker wasn't a prophet. There was no doubt that Brando knew a lot of things that he shouldn't have. The history of the Rune Dwarves had long since turned to dust. Not to mention the humans, even among the Buga wizards, only those old men with white beards and glasses who buried their heads in books all year round could understand some of the secrets between the Silver Elves and the Rune Dwarves. But just as Brando said, Coden was in trouble. Evalian wasn't as agile as him, but the old man couldn't pose any threat to the dwarf. Evalian's war hammer was called Raging Flame, and when it was swung, everything within a radius of 20 meters would be covered in a firestorm. Coden tried to attack a few times, but in the end, his beard and eyebrows were burned into a mess. The battle was in full swing, and everyone, especially the youths in the cage, had their hearts in their throats. In their eyes, this old man was their hope, but now this hope was in a bitter battle, and this made their confidence waver for a moment. This was only the second battle. In the end, Coden was forced into a corner by Evalian. Both sides had similar battle experience. Evalian's illusion represented his heyday in the gladiator arena, while Coden was a veteran who had survived the November War. However, the Grey Dwarf Lord was obviously more energetic, and his excellent magic armor gave him a huge advantage. The dwarf let out a roar and finally used his most powerful attack. His war hammer was ignited in flames, and he swung it towards Coden like a meteor. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 303. Ah! The girl beside Cohen let out a low cry. On the other side, Scarlet's eyes flashed with confusion. The old swordsman did not retreat. Instead, he raised his sword and clashed with Varian's hammer for the first time. Ding! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the entire arena. Everyone could not help but close their eyes and cover their ears subconsciously. But the next moment, the youths in the cages were shocked to see Coden sweep Varian's hammer away. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: this is impossible. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Coden had been hiding his strength all this while, waiting for this final blow. But what really surprised him was that when the old man attacked, only he and Medusa saw a flash of blue light on the old man's right index finger. Wind bullet. Brando looked at the ring on his right index finger. Although the ring of the Wind Empress could be found all over Wound, this was too much of a coincidence. He was distracted for a moment and missed the moment when Coden took off Varian's helmet and stabbed him in the throat. When he came back to his senses, the dwarf lord's corpse had turned into white light and disappeared. However, the old man did not have it easy either. His hasty attack had caused him to suffer a punch to his chest. Varian's gauntlets were full of metal spikes. Not only did the punch penetrate and injure his lungs, it also caused his chest to become a bloody mess. But the worst part was the exhaustion of his physical strength. After the victory, the old swordsman could not hold on anymore. He supported himself with his sword and panted for a while before he recovered. Then, Coden pointed outside the arena, and one of the cages with the youths in it opened. "Come out, Joka." "Why are you here?" the old swordsman asked, panting. "Captain Coden?" The youths were stunned. They did not know what to do. They did not understand why Coden would save them first. What they did not know was that this guard captain was not with Brando in the first place. The old swordsman coughed. His injuries were very serious. If it had been anyone else, they would have died. However, he wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. It was full of blood, but he didn't care. "All right, go to the side and stay there." He waved his hand at the youths. "What does this have to do with you?" "I'll ask you later." Joka and Mar were speechless. Although Coden had saved them, they had been captured in 2 batches. Cohen and his companions were still trapped in the cage, but it seemed that Coden had only saved them to find out what had happened. Furthermore, it seemed that the old guard captain did not intend to challenge them again. In fact, everyone knew that the old man did not have the ability to continue fighting. Even though Mar and Cohen often mocked each other, these youths had deep feelings for each other. It was hard for them to accept giving up on their companions. So what if it was hard to accept? They were powerless and could only stand there at a loss. "You guys go first, Joka." The skinny youth didn't seem to be panicking as he spoke to his companions. "Cohen. Take as much as you can. As for the rest, I'll think of a way myself." "What is it?" Joka asked. "I don't know." Cohen answered honestly. Coden did not care about what the youths were saying. He only knew Joka and Mar because he was familiar with them. However, in his eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of hoodlums from Shaflun town. They weren't worthy of his attention. "Mortal, do you want to continue the challenge?" A loud and majestic voice boomed across the arena. "No." The old man refused the next challenge and limped to the side of the arena. At the same time, he shouted at Brendel, "How is it, Tobu's boy?" Brando looked at him and shrugged. The old man walked over and threw his sword to Brando. "Take this. I'll lend you this. It's your turn now. Let me see if that stubborn old man's descendant has improved." He then looked at Brando from head to toe. "You're his son?" He shook his head. "You don't look like it." "Grandson? But you look like you're in your early 20s, and you're already a gold ranker. You're not any weaker than that bastard." "Humph, the son of a general doesn't have a dog." Coden shook his head as if he was lamenting the fact that he didn't have a descendant. Brendel's hand almost dropped the sword he had just caught. What did he mean by, "You're already a gold-ranked swordsman, and from this point alone, you're not inferior to your grandfather"? He never knew that his grandfather was a gold-ranked swordsman. No, wait a minute. According to Coden's words, he was far from being a gold ranker. He knew that he was able to become a gold ranker in half a year because of his cheat code. But if his grandfather also became a gold ranker in his 20s, he would at least be a seer. Brando slapped his forehead. He couldn't accept this information. In his memories of this world, his grandfather's family moved to Brags from other places. As for where they came from, he didn't know, and Brando never asked. He only knew that his grandfather used the money he brought to buy a piece of land in Brags, and then built a mill in the outskirts of Brags. Although he didn't come from a rich family, he didn't live a poor life. Otherwise, a young man like Brando would have either worked in the fields or become an apprentice. It was impossible for him to live alone in Wuxia. Now that he thought about it, his grandmother didn't seem like a normal girl. Not only was she literate, but she also knew many things. His mother was from Kaliga, and came from a noble family. Her status was even more prominent. To be honest, Brando had never wondered why a noble's daughter would marry his father. No matter how rich a miller was, the gap between his bloodline and his status was difficult to cross. When Brando thought about it, he suddenly realized that the soul in his body didn't seem to understand his family and background. He suppressed his doubts and raised his eyebrows. You know him? I've known him for a while. That stubborn old man, the old man replied. At that time, I was just a young man about your age. I just came out from the countryside of Togo. I said I was a knight, but I was just a wild boy. Your grandfather, on the other hand, graduated from a nobleman's academy. I was his subordinate for a period of time. He wanted to continue speaking, but at this moment, a loud voice above the arena interrupted their conversation. Next challenger. Coden raised his head and looked at the sky above the arena. Brando also stopped thinking about it. A person could meet all kinds of people in their life, but only a few people would leave an impression on you after a few decades. Usually, you would remember them through a small connection. He guessed that their relationship wasn't as simple as what Coden said. He looked at his right index finger and saw 2 identical rings. This made him even more suspicious. When he was in Wuxia, he had his suspicions. No matter how ordinary the ring of the Wind Empress was, it wouldn't fall into the hands of an ordinary miller. When Braggs asked the cripple about it, the latter's strange attitude made him suspicious as well. His suspicions were put aside for a while, but today, with the old man's reminder, it resurfaced. He looked at Coden and thought that as long as the old man was still in his hands, he would have plenty of opportunities to find out more. It seemed that he, or rather, Brando's grandfather, wasn't a simple person. Then, Brando and Medisha looked at each other and said in his mind, "Let's go." The silver elf princess replied in her mind, "Yes, my lord." The two of them walked to the arena side by side. As they walked, the entire arena fell silent. 2 people. The youths were fine, but Jana and Coden were stunned. They knew Brendel and Medissa's strength, and they were at least gold-ranked. No matter how they looked at it, this was against the rules. "You two." The old man hurriedly called out to them. Brando didn't answer. Medisha didn't say anything either. She followed the young man to the center of the arena. The 2 of them stood there and waited quietly. However, Coden quickly guessed the origin of the silver elf princess. He suddenly remembered that Medissa's elemental power was soul when they fought. However, there was only one kind of existence in this world that used souls as elemental power, and that was Madara's undead. Undead. The old man was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Medissa was so reckless during the landslide, because the undead had no fear at all. However, why would this young man have an undead following him? Coden's first thought was that he was a necromancer, but that was obviously wrong. First of all, a gold-ranked necromancer couldn't summon an undead of the same level. Secondly, Brando's eyes didn't have the purple or green light that represented soulfire. Coden suddenly gasped. A heroic spirit. He immediately guessed that Brando was a trainee knight of the Flame. The Flame Knight was the strongest fighting force in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It was a level 11 organization. Every Flame Knight was accompanied by the soul of an ancient hero from the War of the Holy Saints. These heroes were all knights who had once followed the Flame King Gretel. According to the Pale poem, the Flame King Gretel had 232 knights. Because of this, the Flame King Gretel never had more than 200 knights. However, he immediately shook his head. There were no silver elves among the knights that followed the Flame King. While the old man was puzzled, the youths at the side of the arena were whispering to each other. "It's over," Joka sighed when he saw Brando and Medisha enter the arena. "Can you stop being so discouraging?" "What do you mean it's over? The fight hasn't even started yet." Mar frowned when he heard his companion's words. He wasn't sure if Brendel would save Cohen or not. "Did you forget?" Joka turned around and said, "If you're stronger than that Iron Knight, you can't fight together." "What does that mean?" Mar was stunned. This meant that Brando wasn't strong at all. They couldn't help but look at Cohen in the cage. The skinny youth's face was expressionless, but the girl beside him was gloomy. "Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be an embroidered pillow," Mar said angrily. "He looks good, but he's useless. I thought he was strong." "Didn't you always say he wasn't strong, Mar?" one of the youths whispered. However, this sentence naturally received a fierce glare from the tall youth. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 304. No matter how sharp Brando's ears were, it was impossible for him to eavesdrop on the conversation of a few normal youths. Moreover, he was trying to familiarize himself with the sword in his hand. It was a magic sword, but it was a very common one and was slightly lighter than the average sword. This sword is at most a low magic item. I've used similar swords before, but I don't remember their names because I've used them over the years. The young man casually swung the sword, and the wind swept out left two shallow marks on the sand. Coden's eyes lit up when he saw this. It really is the White Raven swordsmanship. Coden had recovered from his shock, but he immediately raised his eyebrows. The White Raven swordsmanship is one of the most secretive swordsmanship in Erwin's palace. How did this kid learn it? He thought to himself. However, the youths also saw the same thing and began to argue. What is he doing? Mar asked with a frown when he saw the white light on Brendel's sword, and the sand around him was also covered in smoke. He's creating smoke, right? Joka replied with uncertainty. He's looking for an opportunity to defeat his enemy in the smoke. Don't you know that, Mar? He can't see anyone in the smoke, can't he? Joka was stunned for a moment before he rolled his eyes. Then there must be some sort of special technique. Why else would someone create trouble for themselves? It's easy to figure it out, however, Cohen interrupted them. He looked for a long time and finally confirmed it. He is familiarizing himself with the sword. Familiarizing himself with the sword? That sword was given to him by Captain Coden, someone said. But was it really okay to change swords before the battle? Even though the youths had not seen much of the world, they knew that it would affect the outcome. They could not help but look at the battlefield. Brando had stopped what he was doing and seemed to be ready. Medisha stood behind the youth with a silver shuttle in her hand. Because they were deep underground, her unicorn did not follow her. However, even on the ground, the Silver Elves' ancient battle techniques were not inferior. Coden had experienced it before, so he didn't dare to underestimate this little girl. The gate to the north of the arena opened once again. Behind it was the same three-headed hellhound that had died once before. This giant beast's claws were on the ground, and its three heads were letting out low growls. Its three pairs of blood-red eyes were looking around, as if it was looking for its previous enemy. Its appearance caused a wave of low sighs, as if no one had expected this thing to come back from the dead. And this time, with the previous experience, the monster from the Sulphur River seemed to have learned its lesson. It waited for the owner of the arena to release it from its chains before it shook its black and red fur and entered the arena. It sniffed and revealed a cautious expression. It circled around and slowly approached Brando and Medisha. Everyone else thought that the dog had learned its lesson, but Coden smelled something unusual in the air. The old man stared at the center of the arena, his nose twitching. He couldn't help but frown and complain, this little guy doesn't know how to control his aura. The whole arena is shrouded in his aura. Compared to him, the little girl is much gentler. His frown deepened. But what is this smell? An element? What kind of element is this? It's strange. The surroundings were getting colder and colder. Frost had even appeared on the sand on the walls. The flow of the air seemed to have stopped, as if the entire place was filled with a sense of stillness. Even the youths who were dozens of meters away felt as though they had lost their footing and were stuck in a quagmire, let alone Cerberus who was right in front of him. The youth stared at the dog's 6 large blood-red eyes with a calm expression. However, the latter did not feel so good. The hellhound felt as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on its body, and its front and back paws were shackled firmly. Not to mention attacking, it could not even take a single step forward. The hellhound subconsciously lowered its 3 heads, as if it wanted to resist this unstoppable force. Coden was slightly surprised. At this moment, the words stability and stillness were clear in Brando's mind. He felt as if he could touch the rules. Just like when he fought against Cabias, he felt as if the power of his element was in his hands, and he could use it at any time. He knew that this feeling was just an illusion. Compared to the gold stage, the power of his element was like a trigger that could not be controlled. But now, this trigger had been triggered. Everyone, including the youths, felt that something was wrong. They saw the 2-story beast kneel down in front of Brando. The demon's limbs and chin were on the ground, as if it was a subject submitting to its king. It had no choice but to submit because the immense power made it unable to move. The young man stood there motionlessly, looking at the other party, as if he had accepted this kind of submission with a clear conscience. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Coden was even more stunned. What kind of element was this? Was it the aura of a king? Medisha, go. But Brando only said one sentence. Unlike everyone else, he felt a powerful force roaring in his heart, roaring to dominate everything. It was as if a terrifying beast would break out of its shell at any time. He even had the illusion that if he raised his hand, the world would collapse. It was as if he had the power of a god. Then, the silver elf princess moved. The silver shuttle in her hand turned into a silver line that extended forward, the tip flashing with the cold light of death. Time seemed to be stretched by this attack. Everyone saw the simple silver line draw a semicircle around the arena, and then slowly approach the hellhound from one side. As long as it was moving forward, it could pierce through the demon's 3 heads. But at the last moment, under the pressure of the aura of death, the hellhound finally broke free from Brando's element. It used all its strength to raise its head and jump back. It had clearly avoided the fatal blow. But a strange thought flashed through Brando's mind. It was as if the entire world was under his control. With just a thought, he pulled the beast back. With a soft sound, Medisha's small body raised the spear. The silver shuttle pierced through the 3 heads and pulled the unlucky hellhound up high, throwing it forward. Its corpse fell to the sand with a loud thud. It was a one-hit kill. The youths, including Mar, were all stunned. Coden thought he heard his own jaw drop to the ground. The old man couldn't help but touch his chin to make sure that the item was still in his body. He couldn't be more shocked by the element of space. That's... Joka felt as if something was stuck in his throat. The rest of his sentence was stuck in his throat. But no one laughed at him. Everyone was the same. Brendel noticed this as well. He looked at his own hand and was a little uncertain. Whether it was spatial lock or time stop, they were infinitely close to the element of existence. However, Medisa had already returned to his side. "My lord?" she asked in surprise. She was the one who had attacked, so she felt it more than anyone else. Brando waved his hand. He couldn't be sure. At this moment, a voice boomed above the arena. Mortal, do you wish to continue? Of course, the young man replied with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Varian quickly entered the arena. I'll do it this time, Brando said. He could feel that his control over his element was fading as he passed his peak. He had to test it out as soon as possible to confirm his suspicions. Metasha looked at him and guessed his intentions. She nodded slightly. Brendel put down his sword with his right hand and walked towards the Durgar. His cold aura once again pressed down on the Durgar. Varian was startled and snorted softly. The Grey Dwarf immediately threw away his arrogance and pretended to be relaxed in order to put pressure on his opponent. His two beady eyes sparkled under his helmet as he solemnly took down his warhammer from his shoulder and held it with both hands. He then shifted his center of gravity and entered a battle stance. This time, even Joka could see it. It was a beast's instinctive reaction to danger. But was that young man really that scary? He stared at Brendel carefully. He could not imagine that the young man whom he had dealt with, who had a somewhat easygoing attitude, would be dangerous enough to make this dwarf who was like a steel fortress nervous just by looking at him. He might be strong, but he's still so young. Joka recalled his own experience. Brando's reaction was similar to the guards in the mines. He thought that their strength should be about the same. Although that was already very strong in the Durgar's eyes. But he immediately knew that he was wrong. Brando had already attacked. In order to seize the opportunity, the young man charged forward. In the eyes of the others, it was unbelievably fast. They couldn't even see Brando's trajectory. They could only see his figure disappear and reappear in front of Varian in an instant. There were even ripples in the air behind him. The Durgar was startled, but his rich battle experience made him raise his warhammer with both hands to block. But his movements froze at this moment. Brendel's sword passed through his defenses like an illusion, passing through the gap between his helmet and breastplate, and piercing through his throat. The Durgar widened his eyes and only had time to let out a soft crack. Brando stopped in front of the Durgar like a ghost. He pressed one hand on the Durgar's warhammer and pulled back his sword with the other. The Durgar fell to the ground with a loud bang. Black blood slowly spread out from the Durgar's body. P.S. Thank you for your support. Did you like the latest chapters? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 305. Black blood slowly seeped out from the dwarf's body. If a needle were to fall from the sky at this moment, it would definitely make a ding sound when it hit the ground. Everyone would be able to hear it. Even the cheers in the arena stopped. Joka made a sound in his throat and turned to look at Mar. Mar also turned to look at him, and both of them saw the same look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Who is this young man? No matter how ignorant Joka was, he could tell that Brando was no ordinary person. But at this moment, Brendel's heart was like a stormy sea. After the incident at AB's castle, this was the second time he had entered an indescribable state. Time and space seemed to come to a standstill. The third definition of the elemental law appeared in his mind, but it felt like it was separated by a thin piece of paper. He could vaguely feel that it was also two laws. But the opportunity was fleeting, and when he reached out to grab it, the sound returned to the arena. The noise drowned out everything, and everything returned to normal. Brando was stunned for a moment before he sighed. It was still too early. If he was an intermediate gold, he would have entered the second stage of the elemental wall. But everyone was the same. Not everyone would enter the elemental wall immediately after reaching the peak of gold. The understanding of the laws was very important, and there were many geniuses who stayed in the gold realm for their entire lives. Not everyone was smart enough to understand the world, and sometimes it was easier to see the essence of the world without distractions. Brando also knew that this was a matter of appearance. He did not expect too much from things that depended on appearance. He could just rely on the ancient stone slab to break through the elemental wall. Unlike most people, the young man had a lot of ideas. But no matter what, this was not a bad thing. Just like now, Brando felt that he had a deeper understanding of stability and quietness. He could now confirm that these were related to the elemental wall. He looked at the sword in his hand. It was the sword that Coden lent him. There was a layer of transparent ripples on the blade. Elemental power, indestructible. Accuracy increased by 20%. Speed increased by 100%. Additional 10% cold damage. He immediately identified the transparent ripples on his retina. This was the power of the elemental wall. Although it was not complete, at least it had gone from hidden to dominant, just like Scarlet's lightning elemental power and Medicia's soul energy. In fact, in terms of strength, Brendel was now on equal footing with Scarlet and Medisa. But in terms of actual combat strength, he was far inferior. Brendel glanced at Coden and thought that he might be able to fight against a gold-ranked fighter. If he remembered correctly, the first obvious bonus of the lightning element was attack extension, 20% increase in speed, and 30% additional lightning damage. This was the difference. Elemental power of the elemental wall. In the Amber Sword's elemental power, elemental power. In the later stages of the game, only the guild leaders of the major guilds or the famous RMB warriors in the entire server managed to level up through the Cocoon Transformation quest. However, Brando realized that his identity as an NPC allowed him to avoid this restriction. Space element. He really wanted to pour a bucket of water over himself to calm down. But at this time, a loud voice rang out again, interrupting his thoughts. "Mortal, do you wish to accept the next challenge?" Because of this voice, everyone focused their attention on Brando in the middle of the sand. Previously, they couldn't believe it, but now they suddenly realized that this young man had the ability to save them. In fact, it had far exceeded their expectations. Mars still could not believe that Brendel was stronger than the old guard captain, and he did not look like he was just a little bit stronger than him. Under their watchful eyes, Brando snapped his fingers to open the cage that held Yuta. Then, he nodded. Thus, the challenge entered the next stage. "My lord." Medicia leaned over and looked at the young lord with her pale silver eyes. As someone who was born in the era of the War of the Holy Saints, the little princess didn't think that the Gold Realm was anything to be surprised about. Whether it was humans or silver elves, it was almost natural for them to reach the Gold Realm before the age of 20. However, as someone who had experienced this stage, she still asked with concern, "How is it?" Of course, she knew what happened to Brando before. Brando didn't say anything, but raised his sword and showed it to the silver fairy princess. Ah! This time, Medicia was shocked. Space element. What? Brando raised his eyebrows. He caught the surprise in the girl's tone and couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't space element be very common in your era?" In his understanding, the War of the Holy Saints was the era where monsters ran rampant. There were also geniuses of the level of Tumen, so wasn't it common for a space element to appear? One must know that in the later stages of the Amber Sword, although space and time were rare, there were still more than a dozen players. How? Medicia's eyes widened in confusion. Back then, only the wizard leader of the Silver Alliance, the founder of the Tower of Stars and Moons, known as the last sage on Earth, Arkith, had space element. Earlier, only the Dark Dragon had it. The girl added. Huh. Brando sweated. To be honest, although he knew a lot about the background of the game, it wasn't as detailed as someone who had experienced it. Medicia's explanation was refreshing, but he couldn't help but think to himself. It turned out that the Amber Sword still compromised with the gameplay in the end. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he thought of the number of players who had the highest element in the hundreds. While the two were talking, the fence on the east side had risen. Everyone stared in that direction with their eyes wide open. The sound of neat hooves came from the shadows behind the fence, startling everyone. When the first enemy appeared in Brando's field of vision, he narrowed his eyes. It was a knight, or to be exact, a tin man riding on a puppet horse. They held a round shield in their left hand and a spear in their right, surrounded by 4 colored runes. Type 4 Night Hunter. Brando whispered to Medisha. What's that? An invention of the Hazel people. Be careful, these things have the strength of a peak silver. Brando and Yuta, the female mercenary leader on the side of the arena, said this sentence almost at the same time. Hazel was in the middle of Wonde, on the border west of Cruz. The two countries were separated by a towering mountain range. The Hazel people were not the descendants of the sages in the War of the Holy Saints. It was said that they came from another continent. The residents there believed in the power of magical technology, so they had the largest army in the whole of Wonde equipped with firearms and artillery. Even in their army, there were tanks and old-fashioned aircraft. The Hazel people and Cruz people were at war all year round, but neither side had gained any advantage in a head-on battle. They could face the Eagle Empire head-on without retreating. This was a testament to the strength of this country. However, when Yuta said this, she had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She looked at the open cage and thought that Brando should save Scarlet first. But the young man did not. He did not even look at her, which could only mean that he did not care who he saved first. Because he wanted to save both of them, it was the same no matter who he saved first. However, her words did not elicit a response from Scarlet. Instead, they were heard by the teenagers. The enemies were at the peak of silver. They saw the metal knights coming out from behind the fence one after another. There were more than 30 of them. In the first round, the Hellhound was only at the peak of silver, but in the third round, the difference in strength increased by 30 times. So many. Someone whispered. Isn't this too unfair? Joka completely forgot that he thought it was against the rules for Brendel to bring Medisa and Medisa up together. How despicable. Mar could not help but grit his teeth. How dare they fight us with numbers? Brando caught the words and looked at the edge of the arena. Be careful of their spears, Brendel said to Medisa as he pointed at the metal knights. Be careful of their spears, there are firing mechanisms from the handle to the middle of the spear. There are actually 6 barrels, gun barrels? The fairy princess was puzzled. Brando suddenly remembered that magicite technology was only a thing of the past 200 to 300 years. He quickly explained, you can think of it as a crossbow, but it has a strong penetrative power. Although it is not too much of a problem for us, it will still hurt if we get hit. Also, you have to protect your eyes and throat. Medisha nodded. Also, the 4 runes on their bodies will switch. This means that they are switching their attack methods. Red means heat ray, blue means ice shield, green means acceleration, and yellow means rock cover. Just pay attention to the red, it is a long-range attack. Brando continued. Understood. The Silver Fairy Princess could understand magic, but she was still curious about the Hazel's intricate design. Although the craftsmen of Buga were powerful, they were not as intricate as the Hazels. She then asked, do you have a strategy, my lord? 2 gold-ranked warriors fighting against 10 silver pinnacle warriors was the limit. Of course, she and Brando were far more powerful than the average gold-ranked warrior, but it would still be difficult for them to fight against 30 silver pinnacle warriors. However, Brando shook his head, just protect yourselves. Leave the rest to me. The Silver Fairy Princess was stunned. She then saw Brando raise his hand and snap his fingers. The crisp sound echoed throughout the arena, and everyone felt the light above their heads dim. They subconsciously looked up. Then, he choked. Over 200 wind spirit spiders with shining holy swords blotted out the sky above the arena. That spectacular scene even caused the clamor in the surroundings to come to a halt. Outnumbered. Brando lowered his hand and looked at the youths in the distance. That's my line. P.S. If you think it's good, please vote for it. Thank you. Chapter 306. What is that? Everyone maintained the same action. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and did not blink, afraid that they would miss a single detail. In the sky, countless holy swords were arranged at equal intervals, shining with golden light. They formed a huge diamond shape, as if the stars were inverted. The wind spirit spider was like a sky blue pattern on the holy sword, fusing together with the blade. Naturally, the Type 4 hunter riders also saw this scene. These metallic creatures raised their heads, and their prismatic crystal vision reflected a huge threat, so they made a uniform choice. The sound of spears being leveled drew everyone's attention back to the arena. The 30 Type 4 hunter riders pointed their spears at Brando. The 6 black barrels on the base of each spear were aimed at the young man. "Careful!" Someone shouted from the other side of the cage, but no one knew whose voice it was. Along with the shout, the magic conduction system began to rotate the 6 barrels, and with the crisp sound of gears grinding against each other, long tongues of flame appeared on the spears, 30 tongues of flame. Tayuna. Ancient Elven language, spirit wings, a spray of bullets brushed past Medisha, and dust flew everywhere. The Silver Fairy Princess reacted immediately, and the first thing she did was to raise her spear. Spiritual power was born from her back, and with her movement, it spread out to both sides, forming a huge pair of wings made of light. The girl stood in front of Brando, and all the bullets were blocked by the hexagonal crystal lattice. For a moment, half of the arena was filled with flashing sparks, and the clanging sound was deafening. Everyone could not help but cover their ears when they saw this scene. The Type 4 hunter riders then turned their target to Medisha, who was the center of the spirit wings, but Brando had already raised his hand and pointed downwards. He stood on the other side of the arena, and pointed at the metallic knight, as if he was a commander giving orders. A buzzing sound came from the sky, and the holy sword began to glow, and then became white-hot. After the white-hot light lit up, it quickly gathered into a dazzling light at the tip of the sword, and in the next moment, thousands of arrows were fired. It was an unforgettable scene for everyone present. Koden, Joka, Koan, and Mar were all thinking about what was going to happen next. But even after exhausting their imaginations, they were still shocked by the spectacle of the next moment. Countless rays of light pierced into the ground in an instant. The air between the scorching light pillars seemed to have evaporated, giving people the illusion that the entire arena would be vaporized into ashes in the next moment. At that moment, Koden suddenly remembered a phrase that the crew's ancestors used to describe war in their Pale poem: "We saw the clouds parting and the sky turning crimson red." Steel seemed to be burning as it fell from the sky. Golden rain pillars fell diagonally onto the ground, and all living things fell into a sea of fire. It was so fitting. Koden had experienced the November War and witnessed the destructive power of the wizards. They could even destroy an entire army with a wave of their hand. However, that was already in the past. Koden thought that he would never return to that nightmarish battlefield again. But now, this familiar scene brought out the nightmare that had been buried in the deepest part of his heart, a nightmare that he would only occasionally see in his dreams. Koden did not realize that his pupils were dilating, his eyeballs were trembling, and his breathing had quickened. He instinctively reached for his sword, but he grabbed nothing but air. Koden broke out in a cold sweat, and then he remembered where he was. He was still in shock. He looked at the flames burning between the sky and the ground, and he was shocked by the power of the wizards. However, the metal creatures in the battlefield were more sensitive than him. The Type 4 hunters' reactions were simple. They stopped attacking at the same time and turned the yellow runes in front of them. As they did so, the rocks under the horses' feet rumbled and rose from the ground to form a rock barrier. The golden beam of light then fell from the sky and hit the rock wall. The rain of light splashed like molten steel on the outermost layer of the magically reinforced rock wall. The rock layer below was burned red, but it did not fall apart. The youths who were watching this scene from afar opened their mouths wide. A battle of this level had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. Whether it was the destructive rain of light that fell from the sky or the rock defense that could block such an attack, it was enough to deeply shock them. Joka did not move. Mar subconsciously retreated until he hit the bars on the other side of the cage. When he realized that, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. There was a layer of golden light in the deepest part of Cohen's eyelids. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the scene without moving. Unlike most of the people who were attracted by the beautiful magical effects, he was looking at Brendel, who was in charge of all of this. This is... Yitta grabbed the bars with both her hands. The rain of light seemed to have penetrated into the deepest part of her soul, causing her to tremble. Only now did she realize how insignificant she and her mercenary group were, and how laughable their persistence was. There was no reason for this young man to appear here. She understood that even in this old kingdom, this kind of power was worthy of respect. As long as he was willing, he could obtain more power and authority than he currently had under any faction. Grodin's territory was nothing more than a joke to the mercenary leader. She could not understand why someone with such power would choose to live in such a barren land. He was even willing to fight against Count Randner and Erwin's upper plane. Yitta suddenly realized that she could not think of a single possibility that could explain all of this. But she finally remembered that night when Grodin received all the rewards he deserved. That night changed the course of everyone's lives. The young man brought the little girl with him, and the determination in his eyes. He is an envoy sent by the heavens to raise a flag for everyone. When people gather under this flag, everything will change. Yitta suddenly remembered a passage in the Pale poem that described the Azure Night. She felt that this passage was very apparent. A few hundred years ago, this passage was also used to describe the late King Eric. The defensive spells of the Type 4 hunters only managed to buy them a brief moment of respite. As the second and third beams of light converged on a single point, the magical defenses quickly fell apart. The sturdy rock layer was vaporized by the high temperature, and the metal with a higher melting point was melted into molten steel that seeped out from within. The scene resembled the egg white that flowed out of a broken eggshell, but this egg white was a dazzling golden red and had a temperature of hundreds or even thousands of degrees. When the red-hot metal flowed onto the sand immediately crystallized and formed a smooth layer. In less than a minute, the beams of light disappeared one after another. When the last beam of light disappeared, the arena was dead silent. Smoke curled up from most of the crystallized sand. The destroyed, charred rock fortresses stood lifelessly on one side of the arena. There were no survivors. The Type 4 hunters had all melted into a pile of metal debris in their own graves. Even Medisha, who was on the battlefield, was shocked. The elven princess looked up at the rows of holy swords in the sky, and then looked at Brando. "Did we pass just like that, my lord?" She could not help but ask softly. "What else do you want?" Brando shrugged in annoyance. Judging from her tone, it seems like she still thinks it's not enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a planeswalker, these 30 over Type 4 hunter riders would have given him a hard time. But he put down his hand, feeling that it was too good to be in control like this. The only pity was that the attack power of the holy swords was still a little too low. The 3 beams of light combined almost couldn't penetrate the silver pinnacle defense. The arena was silent. It seemed that Brando's actions had made the builder of the sanctum feel embarrassed. The sudden silence made the young man secretly alert. He knew that the arena of destiny was not without the possibility of tailor-made difficulty. Because this place was built on a material foundation, in the words of the players, it was actually a kind of pain in the ass to challenge oneself. But after a moment of silence, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. 3 challenges completed. Additional rewards received. Brando was stunned. I almost forgot about that. He couldn't help but want to slap his forehead. He had always been clear about the rules of the arena of destiny in the Amber Sword. The first challenge here was often mandatory, and although the second challenge was optional, there were no benefits. And only after 2 challenges, the player had the right to choose to challenge the core reward. The number of challenges required for the core reward was 2, which meant that if a person wanted to complete this dungeon, they would have to challenge it at least 4 times. And at most, there was no upper limit. Of course, the so-called core reward here was the Halran Gaia. Brando looked in that direction. If he wanted to get that sword, he would have to go through at least 2 challenges. And there was an additional rule here. That was, from the 3rd time onwards, every successful challenge would receive additional rewards. The rewards would get better and better, and even have the possibility of surpassing the core reward. But it was said that it would take at least 30 challenges, but that was a rule that players found out in the later stages of the game. Now, Brando didn't even dare to think about it. Do you want to receive the reward? Brando looked at the row of fluorescent words that appeared on his retina, and answered in his mind, of course. Please select your interface. Another row of words appeared. Brando was slightly stunned. He had never heard of such a thing as selecting an interface. He thought for a moment, and then continued to read. Sure enough, the green text changed again. General interface, Planeswalker interface, huh? Brando was dumbfounded. He had never heard of a game where there would be additional choices for quest rewards due to a change in class. Although there were different rewards for some quests, there was one point, and that was that they were originally there. They were not extra rewards after you advanced into a certain class. He looked at the 2 options and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he decided to give it a try. Planeswalker interface. The scene changed again. Last night, I forgot to turn off the air conditioner when I went to sleep, and you all know the result. I'll be leaving today's update. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 307. The green text that was projected on his retina disappeared. Brando immediately saw a floating screen in front of him. To be exact, it was a roulette. Every engraving on the roulette corresponded to the painting of a card. He was slightly startled and understood the meaning of this thing. There were 170 slots in the outer circle of the roulette, and the cards were all ordinary bronze cards that corresponded to the elemental colors. There were 40 slots in the inner circle, and there was a layer of silver light on the surface of the cards. It was a rare silver card. However, the inner circle was now gray. Obviously, for some reason, it did not meet the requirements to unlock it. Brando's gaze returned to the outer circle. He looked at the cards one by one and found the one that he thought was the best. It was the Earth Elemental card, Bleeding Altar, in the north direction. A Bleeding Altar, Wolf's Lair 3, 25 Earth, 200 mana, enchantment, lair. You can sacrifice 5 gray creatures and summon Futize the Earth Dragon into the field. Creature, Dragon Viper, level 50 boss. Whether Futize dies or the enchantment is destroyed, this card will enter the graveyard. When Futize is in the field, 1 gray creature must be sacrificed every day to maintain it. Not far away, a low roar came from the cave. Another card also caught his attention, Gem Plane, Scenic Wonder 6, Special Land, Plane, tap, 2 light into your elemental pool. Tap, pay 2 light, gain 20 wealth. No one knows what kind of natural gifts are left under the grass. This card was even more attractive to Brando than the first one because both the light element and wealth were resources that he urgently needed. Especially the former, he had no way to replenish it. On the contrary, he had a large number of cards that required the light element. For example, the Golden Battle Flag, 5 light, Sunblade, 5 light, Pristine Archangel, 5 light, and even the Archangel had to pay an additional maintenance fee for every day it was in the field. Since the night of the Battle of Abes, Brando had been using the light elemental pool as a part-time elementalist. Although he had been trying his best to save the little resources he had, he was only left with 6 or 7 light elemental pools. If he could get that card, his current predicament would be completely changed. He believed anyone would be able to see the difference between a one-time consumption and a sustainable use at a glance. Needless to say, the role of wealth was so important that it didn't need to be reiterated. But in fact, Brando would discover that he was not only lacking in wealth and light element. If he had carefully examined all the resources he had as a planeswalker, he would have realized that he didn't live up to his name. He had a total of 19 cards in his hand, including the event card, Wolf's Lair, which had already been used. Among them, there were 4 treasure cards, Holy Sword, Golden Battle Flag, Silver Colt, and Eternal Orb. 5 creature cards, Highland Squire, Wind Spirit Spider, Mercenary of Lopez, Unicorn Knight, Pristine Archangel. 1 resource card, Rich Gold Mine. 3 spell cards, Energy Drain, Sun Blade, Sprint Drive. 5 land cards, Sacred Tree Secret Grounds, Ruajan Swamp, the Shire Market of Roe, Storm Lair, Ember Volcano. Event card, Wolf's Denver. 19 cards, not even half of a deck of cards. According to Tuman, a deck of cards must have at least 40 cards to be called a deck, and only such a deck could be freely switched in battle. In other words, if this wasn't Brando's first deck of cards, he wouldn't even have the basic qualifications to have 40 cards. In other words, he was just like a sorcerer's apprentice. At most, he was an unofficial planeswalker's apprentice. In theory, his 5 land cards could provide him with 2 nature, 1 water, 1 dark, 1 earth, 2 wind, and 1 fire. In addition, there would be an additional 1 water, 1 dark, 1 wind, and 1 fire every week. But the truth was that the rich gold mine was attached to the hidden grounds of the Holy Tree. In order to ensure the normal operation of the gold mine and maintain the more important, wealth, the card of the hidden grounds of the Holy Tree was not used most of the time, and only provided 1 water EP per week. Fortunately, he only had the Shire as his water element card, and he didn't have any green cards, so at least he didn't feel that it was too difficult. But according to Tuman, nature cards had the best summoned creatures of all cards, and Brando knew that he would have to face this problem sooner or later. In terms of financial income, he owned the market of the Shire of Roe and the rich gold mine. One was 8 wealth, the other was 4 wealth, a total of 12 wealth per day. But what he needed to pay was Unicorn Knight card, 6 wealth, 1 dark day. Lucas's Mercenary, 2 wealth per day. Highland Squire, 1 earth day. Pristine Archangel, 1 light day. It could be seen that under normal circumstances, Brando's dark and earth elements were equivalent to having no income every day. Dark elements were still fine because Metasha usually had a hard time entering the graveyard. But earth elements were necessary for Brando's other powerful card combination, Wind Spirit Spiders, Holy Sword, and the consumption wasn't just a little bit. Usually, it would take half a month to store enough for 1 battle. In order to save earth elements, Brando would rather shuffle the Shire back into the deck and summon it again every day. This was because summoning the Highland Squire only required 1 water, but maintaining the presence of the Highland Squire required 1 earth. But this wasn't without its disadvantages. First of all, he couldn't obtain the 1 reputation that the Highland Squire provided every day. Secondly, Brando's water element storage was decreasing day by day. His original plan of living off his previous savings would soon lead to the crisis of the elemental pool. In Brendel's opinion, this kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul situation did not make him a qualified planeswalker. And before this, he had never regarded this class as his biggest reliance. Of course, it was more than enough as an additional support. But Brando could faintly feel the potential of the planeswalker class. He thought that perhaps this class would bring him a huge surprise in the future, or even become a life-saving asset. But he also understood that it would require an even larger deck to support it. This process was very long, but the prospects that were presented were very tempting. So when Brando saw the roulette, he couldn't help but say, "Interesting." He immediately tapped on the screen with some anticipation, hoping to get the card he wanted. The roulette immediately spun, and Brando's gaze was nervous and motionless. But after a few seconds, the needle slowed down. It first swept across the gem plane, which made Brando's heart tighten slightly. He was a little disappointed, but he immediately saw that the needle was approaching the north from the other side. At this moment, the arena was silent. Everyone saw Brando standing there motionlessly, frowning as he focused his gaze on an infinite distance in front of him. "My lord?" Metasha turned her head and asked softly. But Brando turned a deaf ear. He saw that the needle was slowly passing the bleeding altar, and couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Stop! Stop!" But the disobedient needle still slid a little, just a little, but the card's appearance changed. Fireclaw Spearman, Flame Tribe 2, 15 Fire, Creature, Fireclaw Lizard Warrior, Level 27 Creature, Warlike. Place a company of Fireclaw Spearmen into the arena. When a Fireclaw Spearman is in the arena, pay 5 fortune per day. There's the smell of enemies in the flames. Lady Martha, don't be like this. Brando shouted in his heart, but he didn't show it. Instead, he watched as the roulette disappeared, and then a fiery red card floated from the air into his hand. Brando looked at the card. It was a drawing of a lizardman warrior. But unlike the lizardmen of Wonde, these lizardmen with crimson scales were obviously much stronger. They wore simple metal armor, and 2 arm-length spears hung from their backs and waists. But what caught Brendel's attention was the lizardmen's golden prismatic pupils. Among the reptiles in Vaunt, those with golden pupils were a symbol of the dragon's bloodline, and it was a lesser dragon species that was very close to it. It seemed that these Fireclaw lizardmen's individual combat strength was only at the peak of iron rank, but their background was not simple. In other words, their ancestors were once rich. Thus, the warlike attribute on the card was easy to understand. Dragons were famous for their warlike nature, and Brando didn't know anything else except this attribute. He knew that some monsters in the Amber Sword had a warlike attribute, which meant that when these monsters attacked or were injured, they would gain a morale bonus. This bonus wasn't easy to understand, but according to Brando's rough estimation, every morale bonus was equivalent to a 10% increase in overall combat strength. Overall, this buff was quite unobtainable. But this card made Brando feel a little uncomfortable. He felt that he needed a resource card, not a creature card. Not to mention that the summoning cost of the Fireclaw Spearman was as high as 15 fire, and the cost of maintaining it was close to the cost of the Unicorn Knight, but this card was inferior to the latter in every aspect. He flipped the card over and over again, and when he saw the sentence, "Put a company of Fireclaw Spearmen into play," he calmed down a little. According to Madara's calculations, a company of 30 people, and Erewhon's company of 100 people. He didn't know how these Fireclaw lizardmen were organized, but Brando felt that it shouldn't be too much of a scam. When the card was in his hand, it was not unsealed. With a slight thought, the card disappeared from his hand and entered his deck. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Medisha and the other youths, but Coden, who was facing away from him, didn't see this subtle movement. "My lord?" Medisha was also a summoned creature, but she didn't understand how Brando got a card out of nowhere. Brando regained his senses and quickly replied, "It's just a reward, let's continue the challenge." "Do you still want to continue the challenge?" The Silver Fairy Princess was stunned. Brando looked at the sword in the center of the arena and nodded. Ever since he lost the Thorn of Light, he had always wanted to find a suitable weapon, and he didn't want to give up this opportunity no matter what. Moreover, the Halran Gaia was indeed tempting. Thus, when the loud voice sounded for the 3rd time in the arena, "Mortal, do you want to continue your challenge?" Brando nodded without hesitation. "I want to proceed with the advancement challenge." The young man looked at the Halran Gaia on the stone tablet and replied. The arena fell silent. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a huge cage slowly rose from the other side of the sand. A huge monster was locked in the cage, and everyone promptly shut their mouths. It was a dragon. Author's note, please support me. 1. In The Promise, Manshin said to Qinsheng, "Cecilia Chung, you will never get true love, and even if you do, you will lose it immediately." 2. Wu Huan, Nicholas Tse, said to Qinsheng, "Cecilia Chung, you have ruined my chance to be a good person." 3. Qinsheng, Cecilia Chung, said to the millions of soldiers, "Do you want to see me take off my clothes?" Now, hundreds of millions of people around the world have seen it. 4. Chen Kaiga said, "You don't understand the promise now, but you will in the future." Chapter 308. To be more precise, it was a lesser dragon. When the draconic beast landed on the ground, it was as majestic as a fortress. Its color was sky green, and the edges of its scales reflected a cold light like steel. Each scale was a few inches thick, and from afar, it looked as if it was covered in a layer of metal. However, the draconic beast's true characteristic was its ugly, angular, triangular head. Its deep eye sockets had a pair of motionless, pale blue eyes. The only thing that stood out about the draconic beast was the golden flame of the draconic beast's descendant, the draconic wind Aedra. In front of the adult draconic beast, Cerberus was as obedient as a puppy. The draconic wind Aedra was at the top of the food chain in the mountain of quelling storms. The natives of that country called it the overlord of the wind. Legend had it that the draconic wind Aedra was the descendant of the sky dragon, the dragon of calamity. However, in Brando's previous life, the Royal Society of Naturalists in the Cruz Empire had already refuted this theory. The draconic wind Aedra was the descendant of the sky dragon, but it was different from the elves in the clouds. It was more of a savage predator, and the blood that flowed in its body was not the cold blood of the elements, but the warm blood of the wild. However, no matter what kind of blood it had, it would not be affected by the draconic wind Aedra's name. Even if the draconic wind Aedra in front of Brando was just an immature youth, it still had the strength of an upper gold. Damn it! Brando cursed in his heart. The draconic wind Aedra's true strength was that it was immune to all air spells. The Arena of Destiny must have scanned the wind spirit spiders before releasing this draconic wind spirit spiders. The draconic wind spirit spiders could be said to be one of their biggest natural enemies. This was blatant cheating. If it was in the past, Brando would have immediately disconnected and run to the forum to curse the designer. However, he could only accept it now. Fortunately, it seemed that the Arena of Destiny could only scan the draconic wind spirit spiders and not the other cards attached to it. This was because the attack attribute of the Holy Sword cards came from the Earth element, which was the most effective against air element creatures. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be filled with the pleasure of revenge. However, unlike Brando's rich and colorful thoughts at the moment, when the others saw this mountain-like monster, they did not have many thoughts in their minds. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and a kind of fear that seemed to tighten their heartstrings grew in their hearts. Even those who hadn't been out of Schaflund since they were young could at least recognize what kind of item it was. Dragons. Although they might not be able to tell the difference between the real dragons, sub-dragons, secondary dragons, and flying lizards in the Amber Sword, they undoubtedly had one thing in common, and that was that they all played the role of the final boss in legends or bedtime stories. Everyone grew up listening to the legends of dragons, whether it was the mythical dragons such as Dusk and Darkness, the sky dragons such as Azure, Blazing, and Crystal, or the fire-breathing dragons on the ground. There were too many stories to describe the power of these creatures. Moreover, as the last of the golden dragons on the ground, they had the blood of mystery and nobility flowing in their veins. Joka, Mar, and Koan held their breaths. Even Yuta, Scarlet, and Koden were stunned. They recognized Erwin's pterosaur as a military flying beast, but it was definitely not this thing. This was a gigantic beast that shone with a blue and green light. Its wings were like blades that cut the metal cage into pieces. So this is a dragon. They all thought at the same time. The only one who reacted was Mar. Perhaps he was born a little careless. He suddenly pushed Koan aside and whispered, "He's challenging us again. Is he going to save us?" Koan didn't say a word. He looked at the dragon, his heart pounding nervously even though he knew that they weren't its target. But in front of such a gigantic beast, ordinary people couldn't help but feel small. It was as if the dragon could easily kill them with a flap of its wings. Of course, it wasn't unreasonable to think that way. But even if the Aedra Wyrm was 100 times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to destroy the protective barrier around the arena. Koan? Shut up. Koan raised his voice for the first time. He frowned and shook his head. Although the Aedra wind dragon had attracted his attention, he was still thinking about the scene from before. That detail made his heart skip a beat. He put his hand into his pocket and pressed down on something. The Aedra Wyrm. Medisha tensed up. She pursed her lips and stared at the dragon with her silver eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the silver shuttle in her hand. No matter what, the Aedra Wyrm was an upper gold-tier monster. My lord, even though the Aedra Wyrm looks big and clumsy, it's actually very fast and agile, the silver elf princess whispered. Before she could finish her sentence, the Aedra Wyrm suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. It was so fast that Brando could only see a faint green trail of its movement. By the time the young man realized what was going on, the Aedra Wyrm had already turned around and charged into the swarm of wind spirit spiders. The Aedra Wyrm was very familiar with these little creatures, but the holy swords on their bodies made it feel like Damocles was hanging over its head. The Aedra Wyrm's instincts were not wrong, but Brando's summoned creatures were in trouble. In the blink of an eye, the Aedra Wyrm noticed that a large part of its holy sword array was missing. Spread out. Shoot at will. Brando was so anxious that he immediately gave the order. 2 Earth EP was drained from his elemental pool, and a large golden net appeared in the sky. But what happened next was something that Brando would never forget. He looked up and saw the Aedra Wyrm swimming in and out of the net like a fish. More than 70% of the light beams missed the Aedra Wyrm's body, and only a few hit the scales of the Aedra Wyrm. It was as if the air was not an obstacle but another pair of wings for the Aedra Wyrm. It wasn't just the young lord who was shocked. Everyone else was shocked as well. Even though it happened in the blink of an eye, it felt like 10,000 years had passed in everyone's eyes. The Aedra Wyrm seemed to be moving in slow motion in the air. It rolled and rolled, and the light beams missed its wings. It dodged left and right as if it was so slow that even the naked eye could follow its movements. But the holy sword cards just couldn't hit it. The illusion disappeared in a blink of an eye. The Aedra Wyrm had passed through the net of light and was now in front of another group of wind spirit spiders. This was the strength of a gold-ranked wind elemental creature. As expected of a creature from the wind elemental realm. Brando felt an inexplicable sense of beauty in his heart. He had heard of the wind elemental realm from the players before, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. The Aedra Wyrm's speed left a deep impression on him. They are the descendants of the Cloud Elves. They really live up to their name. Legend had it that the blue dragons were the ones who flew in the clouds. Their speed was comparable to that of light and lightning, but it was clear that their descendants were not inferior to them. Brando didn't have much time to think about it. If it was a gold-ranked creature on the ground, he, Medisha, and the wind spirit spiders would have a chance. But this time, the arena of destiny was giving him a hard time. Fortunately, this problem was not unsolvable for him. He took a step back and shouted, "Medisha, summon the unicorn." "Yes, my lord." The silver elf princess grabbed her spear and jumped up. The spirit unicorn immediately jumped out of a door of light that appeared out of thin air, allowing the girl to land on the saddle behind it. After one person and one horse became one, Medisa immediately rode the unicorn and soared into the sky to kill the wind dragon. Although the Aedra Wyrm was as fast as lightning, the unicorn was not inferior to it. Unicorns were creatures with extremely powerful individual combat strength. Only silver elves could accompany them and make them willing to become mounts. Unicorns were a level 11 organization of the silver elves, and their individual combat strength was close to the peak of gold. Among them, the elderly had even activated their elemental powers. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Medisha was the only one who could fight in the Unicorn Night card, her unicorn would be far more powerful than her. Of course, Brando knew that the rules of this card were limited. The only thing that the unicorn she rode on was its speed. But that was enough. The Aedra Wyrm immediately sensed a threat approaching from behind. Although Medisha was only at the beginning of gold, if it exposed its back, it would suffer the same fate as Coden. It had no choice but to give up on the wind spirit spiders and turn around to face the silver elf princess. Both sides crossed each other in the sky. The Aedra Wyrm had suffered a great loss from Medissa's counterattack, but even so, the one who was injured was Medissa. The Aedra Wyrm used its claws to push away Medissa's spear and clawed back to force her away. The Aedra Wyrm then took the upper hand. The whole process was done in one go, and it was unscathed. Even though the Silver Elf Princess managed to dodge the fatal blow with the speed of her royal unicorn, the air currents around the Aedra Wyrm still managed to inflict multiple wounds on her body and armor. This air current was one of the characteristics of high-grade wind elementals. The craftsmen of Galbu even created a spell called Air Shield. However, compared to the original version, this spell only retained the defensive side. As for the offensive side, the girl on the unicorn touched her cheek, her palm was covered in pale silver blood. She looked up, and a hint of caution flashed in her eyes. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.